All right, so welcome everyone. Whoa, screen's way down. There we go. But for anybody who doesn't know, today we're going to be finishing up the last of the animation for New Frontiers. So this will be the last time anything gets animated for the series, which is pretty crazy. And to like kind of give an overview of what that animation is, it's spoiler free, so you don't need to worry about like parts of the story being given away or anything like that. It shows characters, but they're characters that have already been shown on the channel, so it's not like you're missing out on anything, or something's been taken away. So that's what we're diving into right now. So I'll go ahead and get ready to hop into Unreal here. Looks like it's going. So for anybody who's like not super familiar with how like any animation works, I want to be able to answer technical questions. If you have questions about the series or any of that, I'll be keeping an eye on the chat, but I'll be working through this animation during the stream. So feel free to drop stuff in there. I'll kind of talk my way through some of the things within it. But generally speaking, I'm going to be focused on doing the animation because my goal is by the end of tonight, all of this animation is done and we can move past it. But to kind of explain how it works within Unreal Engine. So in Unreal, I have my animations. These are mocap animations that I recorded with a Rococo Smart Suit. And then I can turn those into editable animations that show up as these rigs, so I can tweak any of these and work on the animation just by adjusting how those are positioned. And a good example of like how much that can be altered is this original animation. Her arm wasn't up with the gun, both her arms are down, but then it's just a matter of the Amazon Echo just went off, and that freaked me out. I'm in the house alone. All right, so this is telling me you need to change your video resolution, which is not supported for this configuration. Interesting. If anybody's having an issue watching this, like in the chat, let me know. So I don't see anybody mentioning anything, but could be an issue on my end. Open widget. Error, you need to change the video resolution, the current resolution. No issues. Okay. All right. YouTube just like flashed a bunch of warnings up on me, but it looks all fine on my end. So I don't know why. But we'll get right into this. Also, Alberto, it's good to see you. Happy to have you here. You always make streams great. But yeah, we'll jump into this. So this is the scene that we'll be editing within. So we have all the characters in here, and this will essentially be at the start of the show. This is how we're going to show off some of the fan artwork, by kind of having this character select looking screen, probably on a wider camera, and work within that. But we're going to jump out of this level because we don't want to edit in here because there's particles and lighting and all sorts of effects. I want to work in something cleaner, so we're going to bounce out and jump to our animation level. Which has all our characters nice and bright. So this will be a lot easier to work within. And I'm just going to go down the line throughout. I know it's probably almost midnight there. That's actually one of the reasons I wanted to start the stream a little bit earlier tonight. Because I was like, I know he's gonna have to turn in pretty soon. But at least, wanted to hang out with you for a little bit, Alberto. It's always a good time. So I'm going to go ahead, create a new sequence to start animating in. And I'm just going to call this character animations. And so this whole project right now is using older animation methods. I've learned a lot like since starting the work on the series. Um, and there's so many things that I can upgrade now. Um, but it is it's a start. Yeah, like you can certainly do that. I mean, we did the whole show this way, and it's the pipeline that's there. But you know, I could definitely update the rigs and whatnot. But it's fine in our case. I'm also going to go in to this blueprint and just delete these lights because I don't need them for this. And there's just makes the UI messy. Okay, cool. We will see you later. I will be on here for a while because I got to animate all these characters. Thankfully, kind of streamline this process, so it should be easy, and there's not a lot of face animation that needs to be done. There's 1, 2, 3 characters with their face showing, and they'll all share the same idle animation, which is just like a quick keyed thing I did by hand. All right, so we'll stretch this out for the length. It's a lot of animation, but let's just kind of see where it kind of picks up. What people are working on this? Is it just you? So we have a pretty good team of people for like voice actors, and we had a good amount of cinematographers on the project overall. But when it comes to like the animation and all that, a lot of that I'm doing pretty much entirely on my own. So my brother-in-law came out to help with the mocap when we did like the initial recording for the entire thing, and then he went back to his home, and then anything additional, like me and my wife recorded all this mocap like 2 weeks ago, and now it's a matter of working on that. So the way you see me working on this right now is kind of what my life's been for the last 10, 12 months. So, but it's been going good. It's neat because everybody's been able to contribute in a different light. I'm going to leave one frame here just in case I want it for any reason. All right. We'll go ahead and bake that. But yeah, so we've had a lot of people working on it. Contributing in little ways, but a lot of the Unreal stuff and the newer technology stuff, it's all kind of being figured out as we go. We've had to change a lot of processes just in the middle of everything. So in some cases, like I would be working in one specific way. For example, like I wasn't doing any of the animation in Unreal originally. I was doing it in Blender and then bringing that into Unreal. But then Unreal just brought out like they rolled out a ton of updates in 5.1 that just gave better control for animation. And so I switched the entire pipeline to do it entirely in Unreal. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to go to the second frame. So one of the things, this is a good learning from my, not mistakes, it's just something I didn't like totally learn, and I had to create so many rigs for so many different characters. That is more like a time thing. But so for this project, I don't have any proper, well, not any, there are a few proper IK rigs, but for most of the characters, they're all FK rigs, which basically means if you move a character, you control them from the shoulder first, then to the elbow, then to the wrist, to the end of the fingers. With an IK rig, I can move the wrist and it'll update everything. So that's kind of the main difference. And how that would be useful in a case like this, with her holding a weapon, I could essentially just parent the wrist to the end of the weapon, and it would update and move with all my original motion capture data, which would look a little more natural. But, once again, it's one of those things where as I was learning everything, That is just one of the things that I'd initially tried to set up, even with this character, actually. But it was just producing wonky results, and it was pre some of the other stuff that they rolled out in Unreal Engine. So it didn't make it onto this project as much as I would have liked. That's what we do for the next one. Bro is so smart. That's my brother-in-law right there. He's the guy who helped me do the motion capture. He was so handsome. He got some weird comments about acting this character, though. Some sussed out people on the internet. All right. World to the top. Drop a keyframe. And so essentially what I'm doing right now is like I have this track which, you know, essentially took all the animation, and this is where the location of every single bone or, you know, control. And then this one is an additive track, so I can now affect it, and, you know, it'll update that way for the entire animation. What's your next project? Do you know? So it's unofficial right now, but what I'd like to do, so like New Frontiers, it's been a blast working on it. You know, tons of fun, right? But with it being almost 3 hours long, and having taken like, you know, a little over a year and a half for all the production and stuff, it's unsustainable for the future to keep doing projects at this scale, especially with everybody working for free and whatnot. You know, we don't monetize the YouTube channel so that people can watch it for free, and we don't have to worry about, you know, like issues where like the project is making money, and that's, you know, where EA is like, nope, we draw the line here. You made money, no more show for you. So we want to be able to move it into a much more localized, smaller scaled projects that are like really high quality. So what we want to do is be able to take the concept of New Frontiers. I gotta move this gun down. But we want to take the same kind of concept, the way that we made this, and we want to change things up across the board to where we make productions like New Frontiers, but for a range of different projects, whether that is original IPs or other video games, but to essentially make the Plot Coalition YouTube channel kind of like the Netflix's Love, Death, and Robot series, just for the internet. So, you know, doing that short stories told, you know, in that kind of way. 3 hours is insane. 3 hours is there are times where I was working on this and I was like, should have been a short film. But no, I'm super proud of everybody who's worked on it, and I'm glad it is the length that it is, because it goes that much further to prove that, like, you know, you don't need Hollywood to do something at this scale. I hate EA. EA is EA. What do you gotta do? Big ups for the hard work, though. Really excited to see this passion project. Really excited to get this passion project out there and into the world. A lot of people worked really hard on it. I know, like, the voice actors are super excited about it. It's really cool. I talked about it a little bit in my recent video. But just the fact that, like, all the actors could contribute, and, like, not need to be in a studio or anything. Like, everybody recorded at home. We did it over a Discord call. And yeah, they were just, like, super awesome, and, you know, made it through. And we created something really special. Pyres is here. Roger, welcome. Let's see. For lack of a better example, maybe something similar to the length of Has Been Hotel, 20 to 25 minutes per episode, overarching story. So that's what this is. So it's each episode is 20 to 25. They average 25 minutes. But because there's 6 of them, which anybody on here is going to do basic math. So not a spoiler, but like big old surprise. The last episode is an hour long. So, yeah, that's how things wrap up in the very end. But yeah, so each episode is like 20 to 25 minutes, with the last one being an hour, which is why we're doing a little bit of a buffer, just so it's, you know, a little bit more of a reveal, and it can drop on a Sunday instead of a Saturday. But on the Saturday, we're releasing the behind the scenes of the whole thing. Which will give a lot of insight as to how we made it. You get the perspective of the cast and crew, not just me. I'm a bit biased towards it, but hopefully you could do a short Halo film or something. Titanfall and Halo are my only loves. I would definitely consider it. You know, I grew up, kind of my first video gaming experiences as far as like being on a console were Halo. So, you know, I'd definitely be interested in it. There are some like really great creators out there making Halo films. Fenner Radcliffe is one. He used to work at Corridor Digital. He did like a short teaser for one that he's making, and I've been following his progress for the whole thing, and me and him chat sometimes about it, and like just the level of quality that like that project is at is insane. And there's another guy I found the other day, and I can't remember his username off the top of my head, but he's doing some cool stuff. A lot like New Frontiers, where it's like it's not a machinima because it's like not in game, so it's like a fully animated with the game assets, you know, type of situation. So lots of fantastic creators out there doing Halo films already, which is, you know, another reason I wanted to do a Titanfall project. Just because, like, you know, nobody's really tapped into the medium aside from the Sodaz short film and the Agents of the Frontier machinima. Other than that, there's not a lot of Titanfall media. So I would definitely be interested in doing Halo, but there are a lot of people doing Halo things. But it's definitely something I'm not opposed to, because, you know, it was a great experience. I do have like the ideas that like come to mind for like post New Frontiers YouTube content. I have a few ideas for stuff set in the Red Dead Redemption world, because I really love westerns and Ballad of Buster Scruggs and all that jazz. So there's that. The Finals is a game I've been playing a bunch of recently, and I have like some interesting ideas of like what can be done in that world in like a short form, not too dissimilar to like the heist scene in the beginning of The Dark Knight, like kind of figuring out how do you do that as a short form, you know, interesting take on the whole thing. We have you on the TV, and Riker tried to say hi. Aw, Riker is my kiddo. He's out of town right now, so I can get some work done. But, hello, buddy. I think the Flying Teacup had the stories from the Frontier thing going, too. I think he did at some point, and, yeah, the Flying Teacup actually found New Frontiers semi-recently, I think in like the fall or late summer, which was like a pretty cool moment, just because, you know, he had been a Titanfall YouTuber for a long time, then kind of went away, So to see like just anything of him pop up, even though it was just like via a comment he left, was super cool. All right, that still looks good. Just trying to make sure it's not clipping on her at all. We'll pull this down. So everything that you're seeing here, this is like all the animation. Like I just did this over and over and over again for every single scene. And that's kind of like the whole project, is like when it goes into a new stage, it's just in this. And this part is really about just getting that, you know, initial animation, make sure that everything's working. Then we'll bake this out. Her hand kind of opens up in a weird way over here, so I'm going to just adjust that. And we're getting that base animation so we can go into that other level, the one we started out in, and fix it up. Whoa. Her middle finger went super wonky. I think it's mostly the position of the gun, so I'm going to just kind of tuck it under here. We'll straighten her fingers out. Hey, right there. That's good trigger discipline. Right there. All right. And we'll use the wrist just to rest it in the palm a little bit more. And we'll adjust her fingers. And you're not really going to see the back of the hand really at all. I do really like when you load into a game in Titanfall and like it doesn't load the weapon either, because like they're changing it or like modding it or whatever, so like there's nothing there, so like you just see like their open palms in the default position. Is always kind of funny. But one of the neat things that like really brings things to life too, like when we do delete like all that arm data, there are parts where like, you know, if I was doing the animation and like, you know, in the mocap data I'm like doing this, and like, you know, I'd do like certain body motions where I kind of knew to key it to where it would be like, you know, when she does this, I could do like a little bit of arm animation just to make it feel a little bit more lively. But one of the things that really goes a long ways here is just having like that really subtle finger movement, which is just the mocap data from the smart gloves. You know, and I intentionally, like when holding props, just try to pay attention to like, you know, like tapping my finger or like, you know, kind of resetting my fingers in the rest position. All that kind of stuff just makes it feel more alive. And then like you don't even really notice that the arms like don't have any data. And that's how whacked it looks without it. But here we go. Let's watch this back. This one should be pretty close to done. And we're not going to be seeing the feet at all. That's another good reason to have a nice IK rig, is you can really plant the feet and they won't go past a certain point. But because this is like from the knees up, what we're going to be showing, like it doesn't matter. And you'll notice that a lot in New Frontiers. As you're watching it, you'll notice there are rarely any shots showing full body or the feet. They're always hidden for this reason alone. All right, cool. That animation looks good. We're going to take that. We're going to bake an animation sequence. We're going to drop that in our animations. Tegan, cleaned, and then we can take this, and once we have this turned into an animation, then we can, in that same sequence, we can edit it further. But this is just a great starting point to be at. So she's all done. Because feet suck. They really do. When you're editing like this, they are your problem. So we're gonna move her out of the way. I'm actually just gonna create a maybe. Goodness. Move to folder. This is how I usually create folders. We'll just rename that So I can grab any of these at any point, but we would just drop them in there. All right. We'll do some of these next. Drag it in here. This model. Got her animation. And another neat thing about the project, this is a good thing to have in the back of your mind while you're watching the whole thing. None of these models have heads. So there's like, when I import the model, I don't want to move it. Just don't cause problems. So this is what the models all actually look like, even when they have faces. This is how they're brought in, and this is like where the base animation takes place. And then in here, I just attached that head to the model. And then that's what drives that animation. But the one thing it's really good for, and the main reason to do it that way, is sometimes in Unreal you have issues where like you'll bring in a model and like you'll have the head set up in a specific way, but it's not attached, and like it'll look fine at first, but either in like renders or with different animations and stuff, all of a sudden like the head will just detach and be floating. So this is the most like foolproof way that I have found to do it, which certainly helps. So let's see. I will start her animation probably closer to there. Oh, and then we get a good old. We'll just slide that part over. We get some. This is an. If you're not doing this at the end of your mocap takes, you're not living life. We got some classic recording, and then you're done. There are so many clips where at the very end of recording, it's just this. It's a good way to blow off steam. Being in the mocap suit, it's like kind of claustrophobic. So just being able to like loosen up and whatnot helps a ton. But yeah, there you go. Some of my not so fantastic dancing. Just watched the trailer. Very cool. You said notification got in the way. You said it was a feature length dropping next month. Yes, that is the intended release date. So next month, on March 11th, is the 10-year anniversary of the first Titanfall game, and kind of like what is regarded as like Respawn's 10-year anniversary. So we're dropping on that day, which is pretty cool, and it'll just be, it's a good time to drop it overall, and having, like, even though it is feature length, I mean, it's longer than a feature. It's 3 hours. But even though it's got that to it, the way we've been going about this is essentially every stage of production needs to be finished before the next stage can start, simply because, like, the next stage almost always relies on the previous stage being complete. A good suggestion, or a good example of that, is with like, so the actors, for example, we can't record the mocap until we have the actors' performances. So like the actors did their performances on their cell phones. I brought that into a video editor, essentially cut the entire thing with different cues for mocap and like temp music and stuff like that. And that went a long way for us to be able to record the mocap. There were like some starter beeps for us going in, that made sure that the mocap takes synced up with the actors' performances. And then, we perform to that, and then that gets brought into animation. And like every single stage relied on that initial cut of the actors until it got into the edit. And like once the rendered footage was synced back up with their performances, like only then could I actually start editing like, you know, you would with regular footage. But the editing was a breeze, especially with, you know, working in Unreal Engine. I made it pretty simple. Celeste is in the house. Cindy Maples is here. She's incredible. Amazing actress. This is her character, actually. So, Cindy, you're on camera right now. Pretty cool. I am going to just slightly affect this. Gotcha. That workflow makes sense. Clever. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of value, and I've noticed it. I believe. Oh, hey, Void. I believe you're from the Rococo Discord server. What I've noticed with a lot of stuff that gets posted in there is people have like their ideas and whatnot, and they go to record them, and then like they don't realize like what a pain it is to sync everything up after the fact, and it leads to either a lot of bad syncing, or like, you know, like the whole thing is off overall, or it was more important to match up like an expression with a certain part of the body, which granted, once you have a good Unreal Engine workflow, you know, you can mitigate a lot of that overall. But like establishing like right out of the gate, like, you know, this is the workflow for the whole project, and like having like there was a whole naming convention, that like every single shot and take for everything was accounted for throughout the whole project. So that's, you know, that all contributes to, you know, keeping that all organized and up to date. This is a nice quick one because she doesn't have a ton of animation. She kind of stands there. We'll give her a little bit more of a dynamic pose because my wide body just doesn't doesn't do as well. Kind of start it there. I think the legs look fine. Yep, we started as film editors, so we have that going into UE, which helps a ton. Yes, organization is key. Things can get crazy quick. Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, I think coming from like, you know, doing films and stuff, like goes an incredibly long way when working in an Unreal Engine, mainly because what you get with that experience is like you already understand like composition and lighting and all that, and it's really about applying those principles, you know, to the digital world. And like once you get used to that, like it comes pretty quickly and pretty naturally. I know when we were working on this, I was doing stuff with the cinematographers, and you know, at first they were like kind of abrasive to like, you know, I don't know anything about Unreal Engine, like how does like how are we actually going to do this? And you know, essentially how we did that was I would pilot it over a call, and they'd just be able to sit there, like look at the interface, and kind of tell me exactly what they want to do. And I was, you know, every gaffer and whatever on set for them, and then like very quickly they realized like how much creative freedom they could have, and they just kind of ran away with it. And they were able to bring like just purely like their knowledge of what they know looks good to the project, which went a long way into just creating some unique looking things. Somebody just rang my doorbell, so I'm gonna go check on that. Enjoy this background video, or the countdown timer again. And we're back. Didn't even have to go through the whole countdown. It's a UPS dropping off a package. All right. That music is an original for New Frontiers composed by one of our composers, Tom Duffy. And he did an incredible job and is still doing an incredible job working on the project. And that music will actually be what's used for this countdown bit. For anybody who missed it earlier, what we're doing at the start of each episode is there will be like a countdown in the very beginning that kind of looks like, you know, the video game interface, like a character selection screen. I accidentally left the end of that dance in there. That's so funny. I don't think it'll ever get that far though, so that's okay. We'll call this one done. But yeah, so it'll be doing you know, that music behind that character selection screen, and then we'll also have we had like a 3-month window where, you know, fans could submit art to the project. So we'll be putting it up there as like a banner. So it'll be a neat, you know, like show off their stuff, while also giving a nice countdown for people to like come on while it's premiering. So we get as many people in the door when each episode starts. What do I call this? Clean anim. Okay. Shabam. Those always go super fast. It's very nice. I think that's also just due to my computer, though. Having to get a new computer. All right. Will do. Sarah Briggs next. Put that in animated. Drag her out here. I'm not going to touch up anything with the face animation on them until I can see it on camera, because I already have, like, I'll bring her in and kind of show it real quick. So the metahumans like automatically like come in ported with their own control rigs, so we'll delete that to start. But then I have this just hand keyed animation that I did, and it loops, so like I can just like pull it in here and extend this clip to the end. There's this, like, you can see the seam is right here, but it'll just loop continuously, which is, you know, a positive to have. But, I mean, I can leave that on, and I just won't bake that out. That's what we'll do. So we'll add her model, animation, Sarah. And we'll kind of see what's good here. Where'd she start? That one starts at a pretty good point. I don't remember what I was doing there. I think while we're doing the animation, I think I will probably animate her with the gun pointing up. That was something that I just added to do the thumbnails and stuff that I put out there. But then, like, after the fact, I was like, I actually kind of like that. None of the other characters really do it. So I think we'll add that. Gotta love real time here. Yes, you do. It's nice and bounces around. This is actually for anybody who plays video games. You've definitely seen this where, like, the hair, like when a camera cuts, the hair just like kind of falls for like a couple frames. That's exactly what's happening here. Is like essentially every time it pauses, it's trying to re-simulate it. So it's starting that over, and it does that every time the camera cuts. which isn't, you know, the best thing in the world, but you know, it's how it can keep it looking realistic continuously. In our case, it should be fine because it should only do it like at the very start. And I think I'm just going to do one camera that kind of goes in a circular loop. So we should be good on that front. I think it's funny how it acts like Jello. It is pretty funny. There were actually a lot of cases where I had to turn the hair simulations off just because like they just jitter and bounce around, and it was just too much. Too much. Same thing with some of the cloth, which I'm debating if I want to render this as real time, because like this character right here, for example, she has this kind of cloth sash thing that looks really cool. I mean, like, we can just simulate it. I don't know if it's going to collide. It won't collide. But there is some cloth data there. Maybe her cloth data might actually be turned off. Look, that gun fell down. It's got physics enabled. Woohoo! Unreal Engine. Ta-da! Which, realistically, I could probably, like, parent, you know, characters to this and run around as Titanfall characters, but it's not how we're doing things. But let me see if I can look into this real quick. Let's see. Okay, well, this shows it well, at least. So you can see there is cloth data there. You know, it moves around. It's not so like in the original game they made Titanfall 2 in the Source engine. So the cloth, and like how pretty much all cloth was in video games for the longest time until recently, they were just like extra bones that just kind of dangle off of the parent. This is actual simulated cloth, so the mesh is being simulated against itself. Which is neat, and it looks cool when they're like walking around. The problem comes in when you go to render that. The way that rendering works is you'll have a project. I'm going to close that out. You'll have a project that essentially like when you render, it will take every frame and it can recalculate it as many times as you input. And the more you can have it recalculate a frame, the better render quality there will be, essentially. So like with things like motion blur, you know, it'll look a lot better if you just let it like reiterate the motion blur a bunch of times and give you a more realistic looking result. But let's say we were having like it reiterate the motion blur on a frame like 16 times per frame. When you do that, it's also re-simulating it 16 times on that one frame, and it throws everything out of whack when it comes to like simulating cloth and all that. So that is certainly not ideal. And I'm gonna see if this works. She wasn't recorded holding any props, but I think we can fake it. I was watching. They came out with the Last of Us 2 documentary. I was watching that today, and just like a crazy testament to like the super great animators over at Naughty Dog. They had some footage of Ashley Johnson doing mocap, playing the guitar, and she never actually played it. It's not in the mocap data. Her playing it, they essentially had a guitarist record his like performance over her singing, and they video recorded that and then animated the fingers entirely by hand. So it's not mocapped whatsoever. It's 100% hand keyframe animation, which is mad impressive. And they're doing that on top of, telling her to basically, like, keep your hands still. They don't talk about that in the documentary, but that's how it would work. Is like she holds the guitar in one position, her fingers don't move at all, and as she's playing, her hands are basically like in this neutral position. And she like pretends to strum the guitar, like where it would be happening, and then the guitarist does it, and they animate her fingers by hand after the fact, and it like looks incredible. It's like huge mad props to them. Alright. I might tuck her arm up a little bit more. Which Titans are going to be in it? So we tried to include as many as possible. The main ones are over here, which like really like the main ones are this Ronin and this North Star. Those are like the two main ones you see on screen the most. We got old BT, just for this intro based thing, and then a lot of these Titans you don't see until later on in the show, but they do end up getting a good amount of screen time. And there's some other ones that you see throughout, but there's not like any namesake ones aside from a different variation of BT and Sarah's Titan, who is red BT basically. I like the Legion. Thank you. I like just being able to add these, and like there are so many details that like went into what we were trying to do with this. So like, for example, like the Scorch, the Black Titan, this purple one, this pink one, and this green one, they're all like part of the same squad, which actually I don't know if it came through on this. It didn't. That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder what... I think I know exactly what happened with that. When my computer died, I had to pull out some older files, so like it didn't get updated, but they all have like super unique decals on them, that are just like, they're both Easter eggs, but also just like, like a funny little, like if they were a squad and like, one of the characters is really into making stickers, like in decals to slap on things, like what would she make for all of them? And then like, what would they want? Or like, if there's a character that like wouldn't want a sticker on hers because, super against it, then like, it's one that's like printed up, and then like, that sticker is torn because like she tried to pull it off, but like it just didn't pull off well, like stickers never do, or decals never do. So like, paying attention to little details like that just to really like make those Titans look unique and set apart, because there's also like a certain degree where a lot of assets are just reused for the enemies as well. So like, there might be an enemy Legion Titan who just, they have they have a different like skin. So like a lot of the IMC ones, they all have like IMC based skins on them, but like they might use like the same animations or moveset, what have you. So having little decals and stuff to separate from those is super helpful. Lights on the Titans look amazing. That is a great example of me learning things much later. So I actually just learned this. The lights on the Titans and the helmets were a huge pain in the butt because like I would do them, and like this isn't a great example because there is like a ton of tiny detail in here, um, just like based on the exposure. But like, even up until recently, I was using like a method which was fine. It worked. We did the whole project with that methodology. But then I learned like the other day, just watching a video, somebody was like, "Oh, if you actually like set up your material this way, you get better glows because you're not essentially like trying to boost the main color. Like you're boosting the value after it, and it made it look way better." And I was like, that is good to know. So we'll definitely be using it in the future, and I'm using it on these character models right now. So good stuff. The Titans in the dark environment in the trailer. I don't remember which one had rain in it. Looked really sick. Yes. So that whole scene, there was little things that we paid attention to with that as well. So like, there's rain in that scene, but there's also like it's a really subtle detail that like nobody will really notice. But like there was a whole separate material created for that Titan, so that raindrops dripped down the chassis, and it just like looks infinitely better in the environment, but like when you turn it off you automatically recognize like something's wrong, but like you don't know what, and then when it's on it just makes it feel so much more integrated. So there are some close-up shots of the chassis, but it's all character driven too. Like that's one of the main things, and something I find like a lot of people do in 3D is like they get like obsessive over, like, oh, like I put all this work into this like one little thing. I really want to show that off, and it's cool and what have you, but like if it doesn't serve the story, like it rarely adds to the overall end product, which is a hard pill to swallow a lot of times. There are a few times in this project specifically where I spent hours, if not days in some cases, doing animations of like a Titan like picking up a character and like placing them in the cockpit or whatever. Tons of time. And then when it came to doing the cinematography, like showing that just didn't do anything for the story. And there was a better shot elsewhere. And I think of that because of that rain scene specifically. There's like a shot at the end of it where I'm like, oh, this'll look so cool. Like it's got the animation. I did all the animation for it, what have you. And then I was working with the cinematographer, and he loved the animation. He thought it was like the coolest thing. And he was like, I really want to be able to see that, but like, I feel like this is what we need to be looking at right now. Can you like render out 2 versions? And I did, and in the end I picked the version that didn't have it because I was like, it doesn't serve the story as well as like holding the camera on this other character. So sometimes you do all that work and it doesn't end up in the final thing, but that's okay because it makes a better story. Her hand kind of clips through the gun at the end there. Is there any way to... We will hold that there. Tip the finger up a hair. Is there any other point where it's clipping? And the thumb. I'm gonna pull that down. You have to teach me that emissive trick. So it's super easy. Alberto, I know you'll know like exactly what I'm talking about as soon as I say it. So like before I was doing like, there's an emissive map, which is just like a white map. And then like you take that with a solid color, plug that into a multiply node, and then plug that into your emissive. That's how I was doing it beforehand. What this guy said to do, which he's a really new channel. Like he's only really posted like one video, and it did like decent numbers. And he said he was gonna do more, but I can't remember the name of his channel right now. But if you look up, I think the video is called something like "I made an Unreal Engine cinematic, and these were the results," or something like that. But and it came out like 2 weeks ago. But he was like, take your multiply node, and plug it into another multiply node, and then just plug a constant into that, and then plug that second multiply node into your emissive. And it, like, whatever it is about how the engine interprets it, just makes the color so much more vibrant and doesn't just immediately blow out the highlights. So like these emissive materials right here are turned up to 256%. So like it's super bright, but it's just giving a nice glow of the color and not blowing it out immediately. In case you needed the confidence boost or booth, the whole table that's playing cards keeps getting distracted, talking about how cool this is. And this is just the little stuff. This is the last bit, non-story related. So many more cool things to come. What would you say is the biggest lesson you learned while making a feature in Unreal Engine 5? What you wished you knew when you first started? Everything. Everything that I've learned from this, like, honestly, like, you know, if I had it my way, not really, but like, you know, like I would love to start over again from the beginning, and just take it, take it from one. There are so many things that I learned through this, so much more technology that's come out, but I also recognize that's like what other projects are for. Like, this isn't, I hope this is the first of like many cool things that I do, not just like the one thing I do and then try to ride that wave for till the end of time. There are so many things that I learned from the process, going through it all. I would say the one thing that I would recommend that we did right, that goes far and above, is one, making sure your script and your writing is super solid. That's like number one. And then like number two, spend a lot of time dialing in and having a good cast to start, but then like once you're in that, like spend a lot of time on making sure you get the performances, because when you have those performances dialed in, like that's what's really going to carry things. Like kind of just in what we've done so far, this finger went way out of whack. But in like what we've done so far and like being able to review parts of it and whatnot, it's like even when like things from a fidelity standpoint don't hold up, like the performances are what's carrying it. Like that's what you care about, is like, these actors who are just doing a phenomenal job portraying the characters, and convincing you regardless of like that fidelity that they are real. Goodness, these fingers are very jacked. A few more questions. I swear this is going to be so much better than the Halo TV series. I mean, I hope so. Apparently episode 2 came out and they fixed it up a bunch, but I also am not going to pay for Paramount Plus to watch Halo. Maybe the TMNT movie, but Not Halo. Not after what I saw. But apparently the season 2 is already off to a better start. So hopefully they righted the ship. But you know, who knows? I also like the other day, like Paramount had uploaded like they're like, here's every action scene from season 1 of Halo, and I was like, well, that's all I would want to watch anyway. like, I've heard that the characters aren't any good, so I would only want to watch the action scenes, and now I just got to watch those for free on YouTube. Like, yeah, that's cool. Chat, imagine if this animation causes Respawn to make Titanfall 3. Maybe it will. Who knows? You know, we'll see what happens after it comes out. I've never really had like, you know, it's never been like, oh, if we make this, Titanfall 3 will come out. It's like, nah. I'd much rather like, yeah, I mean Titanfall 3 would be cool, but like Titanfall 2 is still a fun game. I play it all the time. But like with this, I hope it inspires more people to tell more stories, whether it's in like the Titanfall universe or what have you. This is like the technology has just made this so much more accessible. She whacked herself in the face there with the gun. Oh man. That's what happens when you change up an animation that wasn't supposed to be like that. That is funny. What else we got going on in here? The only thing I've seen about the Halo series is that he shouldn't have taken off the helmet. That's like a lot of what I've seen too. And like I think there's a way to do that well. Like I think you can take off the helmet, but like they just made him into kind of a wuss, and like it just didn't work. You know, like I think of like the Forward Unto Dawn Halo Chief, and it's just like, or Master Chief, Halo Chief, Master Chief. When you like when he shows up on the scene and like, you know, there's just like all the mystery around him. Like it's so cool. And then like in the show, they just like immediately take his helmet off, and it's like, you know, whatever. Good to see you guys got chatty. I love that. Story for us, 100% agree. Yo, animation stream. That's right. That's where we're at. We just finished up another one. Got to clean up. Got to look for things like this. Elbows don't really bend like that though, so we'll rotate the shoulder cuff. And also Master Chief was kind of wimpy in the fight scenes. Like he slid into a grab hammer for some reason. Is it worth watching? Probably not. Let's talk about the Halo show. Megamind 2. I saw that. And it looks... The thing with like that, like... I mean, like, why they have to make a Megamind 2, it's like, you don't. You really don't. Megamind's fine. It's a great movie, leave it alone. But, like, what they're doing with it is, like, it's... They rendered it like a kids' TV show, which is, like, the same problem that people had with that new Disney movie, Wish. Like they rendered it like the same kind of way where there's no motion blur, there's no global illumination, like nothing that makes it feel real, which like something doesn't even need to feel real because you got stuff like Spider-Verse and Puss in Boots and stuff like that, TMNT, where it's like hyper stylized and whatever. But you know, like like why would you do something that low quality? And like I get it, like it's a Peacock original that, you know, like they're probably just intending to have like on the streaming service for kids to watch when, you know, they go over to their grandparents' house or whatever. But like, you know, it's just, it takes away so much. And like when you have things like Unreal Engine, which can render motion blur and global illumination and all that in real time if you need it to. Like, why wouldn't you? It's crazy. I just went off on a Megamind tangent. I am going to animate the gun coming up to this point. And we're going to reset some of these values. Oh god, not Megamind. How many episodes will the show be? Props 9, I think 8, Windows 11 notifications. The show is 6 episodes. So, if we're talking about New Frontiers, if you're talking about Megamind, I don't know. I don't care. It is leaked announced that Respawn is working on an original IP. So there is a chance they say something at the least. Somebody watched the Chaos video. So inspired. Can't wait to see what you're creating. Thanks. So hey Void. Now I kind of want to see another guy make an Armored Core fan series similar to New Frontiers. Stuff in the next project. Please use animation poses. It pains me seeing you tweaking the fingers again and again. Yes, that is something. And I even was starting on a pipeline that used animation poses in the very beginning, and it would work so much better if I had actually imported all these on the same skeleton. So for next time. And then decide, basically lost all my data I had on the animation. Plan on writing a book, full-length Titanfall story, though I don't want to use your characters. I might throw New Frontiers as a reference. You're right, because if you aren't, I won't. So, to first address Mastery 14, I was using stick nodes and whatnot. One thing I can say, it always sucks when you lose progress on something. But having the opportunity to take what you've learned and reapply it, one, you'll find what you do. You'll be able to do it again so much faster. It's an unfortunate reality that once you already know where you're going with it, you're gonna work 10 times faster and able to get it to that same point better. That being said, I definitely get how frustrating it is to have things like that. And then in regards to writing your book about Titanfall 1, congratulations, that's awesome. Feel free, maybe reference, use whatever you want. I don't care. This project is for the fans. We're putting it out there as a testament to what can be done. New Frontiers is, we hope it's inspiring, but we also even though we have our original characters in here, they're we're also using Respawn's characters. They're not necessarily in main roles, but some of them are, but it's we don't own that, so and we're borrowing it for this. So I would say, by all means, whatever you need to write your story, go for it. And if you just want to reference New Frontiers or mention something, by all means, I am totally okay with that. I feel like if we did get TF3, EA would put it on the day that GTA 6 drops. You never know. It wouldn't be their first rodeo. All right, it looks like we have an arm clipping. This animation is taking a lot longer than I anticipated, but it is because we're changing the pose entirely. We're changing the original animation that was captured with mocap. drifting off to the right, turning there. All right. I'm going to call this one good. What is that? 3 characters in? The rest should move a bit quicker. Animations. I forgot where I was going. We'll call this Sarah. Clean. Anim. Export animation. New Frontiers releases the day before my sister's birthday. Happy birthday to your sister. They get episode 2 on their birthday. Which, I don't want to get into spoilers or anything. But that turns into a heavy episode. But happy birthday. We're gonna bounce her out of the way. Oh, this next one is actually gonna be super easy because I'm not even gonna do the fingers. Ha! Roger, I don't know if you're still on stream, but this is you. You're on here. It's not your face data, unfortunately. The face is my hand keyed animation. But it's your face for like probably a full hour of screen time. Let's see here. Fires. I want to say hollow bamboozle somebody. You will see that because the Hollow Pilot is one of the main characters. So she is she's pretty prevalent to the story. I do pull out my hands like at the last second to like kind of do this. Look at my fist thing. Okay, so there's the walk up. Kind of falls in place. I can work with this. Bake it out, bake it out. Let me check something real quick. I'll answer other questions while I check this. Is that what Sarah looks like in the game? So no. It's Sarah Briggs. It's the model for the body, but the face is a metahuman that I created, which doesn't have the eyebrows right now because when I imported them into this project, they went all wonky. So I turned off her eyelashes. But yeah, so it's a metahuman face, and like one of the things we wanted to do for the project as a whole was with characters that like people are going to recognize. We wanted to make sure that like we weren't taking people out of it by like trying to have one-to-one like the exact same thing in both the way that the character looked but also in the way that they sounded, because like we have like real actors but we don't have the original actors, right? So what we chose to do from a design standpoint was make sure that everybody who was coming back from the game, as far as characters go, that you knew that they were that character, but it was more like a really good casting and not trying to be like one-to-one fixated on it. So Sarah looks a little bit different than she does in the game. It's like super close, but it's different enough for you to be able to notice that like it's, you know, not exactly what she looks like in the game, and it's the exact same thing for Jack Cooper. Let me double check this other tree because sometimes the bones get messed up. But in like for Jack Cooper, you know, even though he's got like a neat model in game, we ended up designing his character more on the Become One trailer that Blur Studios made. The actor that they got for that, because that was a real person, his model is like a hybrid of what his model looks like in the game, but also what the character in that looks like, what the actor in that looks like. Just to kind of, like once again, make it feel like a really good casting for the character. Like, Pedro Pascal as Joel. It's like Pedro Pascal doesn't really look like Joel, but like, is like a good casting for a character. So same kind of thing we were going for with the character models in New Frontiers. Whenever there was anybody reoccurring. Thanks. I'm not putting pressure on myself to put a reference to your work, but I just thought it would be neat. I've been trying to practice writing for my own books and thought this would be fun. Yeah, absolutely. And like, we had a good writing team on this, and we did there's some behind the scenes stuff that we'll be releasing, because like we did the behind the scenes interviews, but like as we were doing the interviews, we were like, man, like all of these are just pure gold, like just gold nuggets nonstop of like insight and wealth of knowledge. So like we'll release the behind the scenes, but then we're also going to do lives of those interviews, so that like you can kind of watch and get a full spectrum of how we made this thing, and like people can tune into that as much as they want. So with that, we have like 2 hours just talking about the writing and working on it from that perspective. But when it comes to writing, like one of the best things you can do is just, like kind of looking at stories that you do like, and like how would you write them, or like, writing like fan pieces, stuff like that. So if New Frontiers helps you with that, by all means, feel free to use it. And then like if you want to reference it, go ahead. A lot of events happen. It's a more localized story. I gotta move his head over just a hair. It's a more localized story, so it's a little bit more contained in itself. But man, his neck is just snug as a bug in a rug. But it does like reference more events and kind of gives like an idea of like what could have happened after Titanfall 2. Not claiming that it's canon, but it's more of an explanation than Respawn's done, so. Autopilot kind of bad in GL. Okay, now I'm definitely watching. Beef McJones, you'll never be balling. Well, Beef McJones did some of the motion capture for her, so technically he's the biggest baller. I don't know, stuff looks off about her to me. It's like uncanny valley for me. And you know what? Like there's a certain level of like where that's going to be the case, because there's one, you're looking at it in a game engine right now, but like there's a certain level of like when we started production, there was only so much technology that like got us to like the place where we were at. We had to embrace the technology that we had. Since then, like much better technology has come out for stuff like facial mocap and what have you. Yeah, that's just there's a level of which like you know, we need to just be okay with like, you know, this is what we had and we achieved something great with that. And like the fact that like anybody could do it with the phone that they had on hand, um, you know, is more of an achievement than like, you know, getting something that is like, you know, of the craziest quality. You know, how localized it was and people being able to do things from home, um, is just a lot cooler and in my opinion. Not everybody's gonna think that way, but that's fine. Her face animation and what you're seeing here is a hand keyed face animation, and we're not going to be close up on the face, so like I'm not too worried about it being any more than, you know, what it is here. Let's see here. I think why, but seeing pilots with their helmets off makes me unreasonably angry. So I hope the helmets are on most of the time because they look really good. Well, you'll be, you know, slightly unreasonably angry, I suppose, because there are scenes and instances with pilots without their helmets. Um, that's just the story that we wrote. There's a certain degree of which, like looking back on it and like knowing like technically what we were actually capable of at this scale, I definitely would have written more scenes um, to have helmets on, but it's one of those like it's all hearsay after the fact because there's like, you know, moments where, you know, people take off their helmets and stuff and like, you know, it's not, you know, when we were working on the writing of this, it wasn't like a Halo situation where we were like, rah, like we're gonna upset the fans by taking helmets off because like there's not really anything about that in the game. You know, and there was a lot of thought put into like how do we show this because like, I mean, I mentioned it in my most recent video. I replayed the campaign probably like 6 or 7 times throughout this production just to like see how much closer we could make it to the game, how much better we could do. Um, and with that, like one of the things was like, you know, paying attention to there's like a moment in the beginning of Titanfall 2, which like if you haven't played it, I'm sorry for spoilers, but like in the very beginning when Captain Lastimosa dies, his helmet opens up, and like it's something that like I don't know how they did it in the thing because the model isn't set up to do that. So that had to have been like a hand created or like just custom mesh for that scene. Um, but like, you know, there's stuff like that. There's not really this stigma that is in like other things like The Mandalorian or Halo where it's like can never take off your helmet. You know, it's not as much of a issue. So there are things where people don't have their helmets on because it'd be annoying to wear your helmet all the time. There are helmets on for a lot of the show. But there are also scenes where it's like it would just be dumb to be wearing a helmet right now. So, you know, that's not in there for that purpose. Oh well, imagine that you just have randomly the Jack Cooper from the credits killing one of the predators. So, kind of in that same vein, something that like I had totally forgotten that like it's like key to how like the story overall. It is a very key element. And I did not I did not think of it until and like I didn't remember it until I just played the campaign for the most recent time. Because like usually I'd play through it and like then the credits would start rolling and you know like I'd probably like just wrap it up and be done. Like I wouldn't really watch them. I think I watched like some of them one time, like in addition because I usually watch all of game credits just because like I feel like a lot of people worked on things. So like when I replay Red Dead 2, it's like you know like 40 minutes of credits. You know, so like with uh, Titanfall 2, make sure his thumb closes, and then we'll be good on this animation. But with Titanfall 2, so like, and I remembered it as soon as I like was sitting down to watch it when I just finished playing through like last week. I remembered that end, like if you pay attention to like what the credits are and what they're doing, that's like where New Frontiers picks up. Um, so that whole like you know there's just like this. It's not a proper cinematic, but like it's a whole thing that plays out. And like towards the very end, like you know they're going towards like another planet at the very end, which like a lot of people might just like assume that like it's the same planet that at the beginning of the credits, but I was like, you know what? I don't want to believe that. Like, what if that was somewhere else? And like, where are they going there? And like, that's where New Frontiers picks up, is like where they're headed at the end of that. And took a lot of cues just from like those little bit of cutscenes that are in there, like, you know, what was happening moments before, and that's where this story picks up. So, if you want to get a head start on where you think the story might go, watch the credits of Titanfall 2. What's the show about again? I kind of explained it just a little bit there, but like it's let me rename this real quick. My brain can only think in one direction. The show is, without like giving away spoilers or anything, it's after the events of Titanfall 2 and more or less like what do the consequences of that have? Because like at the end of Titanfall 2, it's just kind of like, you know, and then everybody was happy. And it's like, well, there's like this huge discrepancy between Titanfall 2 and Apex Legends because like obviously like not everything was just hunky dory like in the end. Like what did happen? And so New Frontiers kind of shows our take on what would have happened and like what happens to the characters and the consequences of Titanfall 2, but it's done from the IMC's perspective. So like who's like your typical bad guy, you know, the Empire in Star Wars, that kind of thing for anybody who doesn't know the Titanfall lore. You know, it's like from the bad guy's perspective, you know, where are they at? And just kind of gives like a fresh perspective on the world as a whole, while, you know, kind of keeping things interesting. I'm going to set this to simulate, because I think I can still work while it's simulating, right? And maybe I won't, just because I'm on stream. Do you have any advice on where... Oh, hello, I had a question. Goodness, lots of stuff happened. I guess not. Hello, I had a question, and you seemed like the right person to ask. I've wanted to start a project for a fan Last of Us game, and I wanted to create some animations to present, but I have no clue how. Do you have any advice on where to start? I would start... I guess it kind of depends. If you're looking to make a game, you might want to make, you know, like a 2D animation. Like, 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 you know, like a some other games first, just to like understand and like figure out your workflows and stuff, um, or at least do tests that explain it well, um, where like you can get a good understanding of where things are and what you'll be doing. Because I'm not like necessarily a game designer. I'm working in a game engine. Um, yeah, I guess that's being left in there because there's not animation type, but that's fine. It's funny. It's cute. Um, but I would recommend if you're like looking for resources to like get those animations. Mixamo is fantastic. Um, and if you like follow like a similar pipeline to like what I'm doing with this, you can take a Mixamo animation and like tweak it and adjust it to what you need. Rococo provides some free animations, so that's a resource you could look into. Um, and then like if you're looking to make your own animations, I'd strongly recommend a software called like looking into using a software called Cascador. It's an animation software that essentially lets you like do your main poses, but all the little things like the tedium that goes into animation, it can figure out what happens in between, and like do auto physics and like like rather than just going point A to point B, like how would things move? So like if I swing my arm out like this and there's that little bit of a bounce, like I just have to pose here and here, and it's gonna do that whole bounce motion and everything. So that's a really great resource. I was looking into it for New Frontiers, but it just wasn't going to work within our pipeline. Working with these models that were originally designed for the Source engine um, could be super like difficult. Like even just porting them into Unreal was a bit of a hassle. So like going into another software to then go back into Unreal was just going to cause more issues, and we were trying to figure out ways to do it to where I could port something into Cascador from Unreal Engine, which was definitely the best way to do it, but it took too much time, and it wasn't like it just wasn't the best for us in this situation. But like if you're looking to learn like hand keyed animation, it's an incredible resource. Instead of studying for my test, I'm watching you. Thoughts? Thanks. um, definitely study for your test when you're comfortable doing so. But like, I also believe that like, if studying for the test is stressing you out, why put your mental health through that? Somebody's gonna clip that and ruin my career. Oh well. I'm self-taught. I learned everything on my own, so. I wish I had nearly as much talent as you have. You're out here creating a whole show while I'm writing words on a page. I'm excited to see where you take it, though. I bet it'll be great. And this is from Tron Hero, everybody, the one and only. I've seen him on the Reddit a few times. He does. He's writing his own Titanfall story, and it's. I've read a little bit of it. It's super cool, but I just haven't had time to like really sit down and sink my teeth into it in like the capacity that I want to. So I want to read it when it's all done. But hey, you know what? That is something you're creating. You're making a story, and that's like just as important. So, and like with that, one of the things that like we hope that Titanfall New Frontiers inspires more people to create, and like kind of realize what is possible, because like New Frontiers is the hardest it's ever going to be to make something like this, and it's also like the worst version of what this is going to be in the future. Like that's just reality. Which is, don't get me wrong, it's exciting. Like I don't say that in a bad way. I say that in a really good way because I am like super excited about what's to come next. And like I said before, I don't think this is going to be the best thing I ever make. Because I already know like going into round 2, it's going to be so much better. That being said, back on task. What I was going to say was one of the things that me and the writers talked about while we were working on this is like this is a full sci-fi show, and it's like in production with actors and like all that jazz. You have cinematographers who worked on it. All people who are very good at their craft, and they're just people that I've met through the years. But what we got super excited about was the fact that like you didn't just have to write a sci-fi, like the sci-fi you wanted to make, and then like not be able to make it. Like this hopefully is just as accessible as writing one day. And like the writing is where it all happens. That's where you make, people care. That's where the story gets told, and then like all of this is just to support that. So definitely keep writing. I can't wait to read your final thing. Let's see here. More questions. Can also try Militia for AI generated motion, also Unreal integrated. There are some interesting things like with the whole AI mocap scene in Unreal Engine, which I think could definitely be really cool. I'd love to look into it to a capacity of like, could I record my own mocap data and like get it really well trained on what I do to then like for simple things, like I don't think it could really get to the point where it'd be efficient at all for like performances. But like if it was like, this character needs a walk cycle, just typing in like the character's name, walk cycle, and bam, you have something you can just throw in the background. Like that would be awesome. But it'll be interesting to see where that all goes. Why is your name Plot Coalition? Just curious. So there's actually a really boring story behind that. When I was working on the what is now named the concept trailer, which is like on the Plot Coalition channel. If you go to the bottom of the videos, it's like the first video there. When I was working on that, my brother-in-law, Beef McJones, told me, he was like, yeah, you should like, hop on Reddit and like kind of see like what the fans are about and whatnot. And I was like, oh, okay. I've never really ever been on Reddit before. And it was like, create a username. And I went to create a username and it was like taken. And I was like, that sucks. And then I just like thought about it for a little bit. I didn't really like want to use, a variation of my name or whatever. Cause like I didn't really know what Reddit was like as a culture or whatever. Like they were just like the occasional, you'd see it on things and then like you know, if I needed an answer to a question, sometimes I could find it on a Reddit forum, but never really like was a user. Um, but from there, I was trying to think of like, okay, well, what do I want to use as a username? And there's a writing technique that I actually use based on like a course that like I've rewatched so many times. But the course is called The Plot Device, and it's about like moving your, like how to move your story forward, essentially. And it's a really good writing course, and it like changed the way that I write everything that I, script. But then I was like, okay, that's like, a cool name, but I don't want to, rip it. So I thought about it a little bit, and there's something else that I had seen with Coalition in it, and I was like, Plot Coalition. That's actually it's catchy. It speaks to like, kind of what I want to be doing, and then it just stuck. So it was my Reddit username first, and then when stuff took off with that initial project, I updated the YouTube channel and everything to reflect that. Trying to hear before computer animation, before video games, even before sci-fi movies. What got me dreaming was sci-fi books and stories. Still to this day, in part. It's late. Tomorrow is a new day. Take care. Great stream. Wish I could stay longer. Alberto, thank you so much for staying. I know it's like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning in your part of the world, so I really appreciate you coming on and hanging out. It's always a blast, and I hope to see you in the next one. All right. After we fix this finger, the rest of this animation should be good, but we'll double check it. I thought it was a typo of Pilot Coalition LMAO. Me too. You're not late. We're hanging out. It's getting through all of this to give you an update on like what we're working on right now. This is going to be the animation that plays at the beginning of every single episode, so it's kind of like a countdown as people tune in. That will show off like a little bit about the characters, but also the fan artwork that was submitted through the not contest, but just the submissions we were holding. Scorch user detected, opinion accepted. I think people, at least fans of the game, will like what we did with the Scorches in New Frontiers. We came up with some interesting things. Just because like in game there are certain things that like don't really make sense. I wouldn't say they won't, because I'm sure like crazed fans can figure out ways to explain anything. But like that's not going to be an animation, but I'll leave it. This should be good as is, but I'll double check it one more time. But so in the game, there are certain things that just like play well for gameplay and whatever. And we had to be conscious of like, what can we explain within our series for people who haven't played the game? Because like, there's a completely different audience of people who are like, tuning in, whether it's for the technology or they're friends of people who are involved, stuff like that. So it was like, how do we make them feel like they're not alienated? So like the Scorch is a good example of like, you have this this Titan that like just kind of like it hits the ground and like fire poof, like it's like okay, that's cool and it's great in game, but like, you know, how does that translate? How does that make sense? So like, you know, doing things like making the scourges you know, have like built-in flamethrowers and like napalm hoses and stuff like that, um, makes it a little bit more grounded to where it's like, you know, people can watch a war movie and not know how a flamethrower works, but know what a flamethrower is. And so when you can associate that with like a Titan, you know, it's something that more audiences can connect with, and not be taken out of like I have no clue what just happened, and I feel like I'm out of the loop, you know. All right, so this animation is looking good. I'll watch it one more time. Click away so I'm not having that gizmo. Looks good. I'm calling that one good. I might scorch. Do you ever play the multiplayer? Yes, I do. A whole lot. I've been playing the multiplayer for a few years. And yeah, I mean, I play on PlayStation. I don't play on PC. But yeah, no, I play it a whole lot. I think it's you know, another one of those like playing the multiplayer and like trying to pay attention to like, you know, what can we affect here. My dog must see a cat outside because he's getting anxious about kitty cats. All right, only a few more to go. They all but one have helmets. Let's go. Gonna pop that in there. Close it up. To be honest, I'm going to like what you did with every time. Thanks. I appreciate that. It's we put a lot of thought like into every single nuance. So like a good example of like what fans might like be off put by, to begin. Sorry, I'm looking for where this same. You're not gonna catch the cat. It's behind the window. You want to come say hi? Say hello to everybody. The dog. The dog. But oh goodness, your breath's stinky. But a good example of like, you know, like hardcore fans might be like, "Hey, what's this?" I started dancing way too early on this take. Lots of dancing. But sorry, I got like totally sidetracked by my dancing and trying to figure out where I need to cut this to make it longer. So sorry. To get back to what I was saying, blend that. We're good. That's good. So like in the multiplayer, which like according to like Titanfall canon, like the multiplayer takes place 5 years supposedly after the Titanfall 2 campaign. But then like in the Apex Legends timeline, it doesn't like that doesn't make any sense. Which I know people might get upset about that, but like again, we're trying to leave it as open for like every kind of fan and whatnot. But like, you know, looking at like what's the canon around the multiplayer, and do we even like use the multiplayer as canon, or do we just use references from it? Um, and that kind of became more of what we leaned into. Um, so like, you know, for example, a Vanguard Titan is an upgraded Monarch Titan in New Frontiers, if that makes sense. So like, you know, there are characters like the Monarch gets referenced as like the stage one building of what then became Vanguard Titans in the future. So it's easier to explain than like, you know, relying on everybody knowing like the deep lore of Titanfall. Um, and it just makes it more accessible to more viewers. Um, I think it's okay for some things to make sense as long as it feels authentic. Papa Scorch is here to grill. An hour late, totally okay. We're still having fun. Is there anything during the actual process that helped you learn something new to make your product better? Every day. something else, either new technology came out, or you know, there was a new there was a problem that I encountered, that I was like, how do I fix this? And then like once I found the fix, I was like, oh, this is super useful for like a ton of stuff. So like I took all that into account while you know, working on things and just trying to make the whole project better overall. um, and you know, it really paid off in a big way. Just being like really open to like things changing and there being new processes. For example, something I explained, I touched on it a little bit earlier, but not super in depth. But so originally, we were doing all the animation in Blender and then bringing the Blender animation into Unreal Engine. And it worked, but it was a much longer process. And then they released a whole bunch of great animation tools in Unreal Engine that are based more around trying to do, you know, like cinematic, you know, like classic animation. They essentially added like what you get in other animation softwares like Maya and stuff like that, just integrated directly in Unreal. So like, you know, like these rigs being able to affect them in this way is fairly new technology in Unreal Engine. And so like that was like a complete overhaul that like just saved an infinite amount of time. Because in the original trailer that I did, and showed this off, the like kind of that initial concept trailer. So that was all done in Blender, and what I did, because the level where like you had like the Reaper drop in, that level I knew was going to be super dense. So I created like just with like primitive blocks, like what the scene would look like, and then animated the characters within that with the mocap data. And you know, it obviously worked, you know, for that project, but the animation took a long time. I couldn't work within the environment, and you know, then I brought it into Unreal and was just like, okay, like however it works in here, like I can bring that primitive blockout scene into Unreal and like be able to build off of that. But like it was very constrained to like what I did in Blender had to be the final thing as far as animation goes, and then like I might be able to slide a character around to make something work a little bit better. But it's like very, very tedious. So with the tools that they brought into Unreal Engine, it just went so much further in making the project actually feel or make it move along in the pipeline so much faster. And we updated everything, switched it over to Unreal. Still epic. Personally, learning how to storyboard in draft has helped a lot in editing. Absolutely. And like something like that was neat about this project is like I knew like very early on I was like, okay, we're going to use metahumans. How can we like take full advantage of that? His hand clips through just a hair there. And one of the like main things was like while I was writing and figuring out who the characters were, I was actually able to create them digitally, because like a lot of the times when you're writing, you like know the character you're trying to make, but they're kind of a blank face in your mind, or like you just like typecast them to somebody where it's like, oh, this is a comic relief character, so maybe it's a Jonah Hill or something like that. It's like you're just kind of coming up with like what you think might be in that role. With the metahumans, and it's something that I would encourage writers to look into, because you can do it all from a web browser. But the metahumans allowed me to see what the characters like. A lot of the final designs of the characters were ones that I did in the writing stage, which is just like a super cool resource to have, because then you can know your characters so much better while you're writing them. And then you're able to share that with other people. And like when I was casting, I was like, hey, this is the character and this is what they look like this is what you're going to be voicing. So all that was just like super cool. Didn't know this was made in Unreal Engine until now. Yep, all in Unreal Engine. As far as like the animation, the rendering and the lighting goes, it all happened in here. And then like it gets, after it leaves Unreal Engine, it goes into a much more traditional filmmaking pipeline. So it goes into like Adobe Premiere is like what I'm editing in, goes to like VFX, sound, like all those processes happen on the back end to make it, feel a little bit more like film. Just make stuff up. Maybe Scourge got his own weapons from industrial metallurgy. Those huge buildings the IMC built need some advanced industries. I have to go see ya. Thanks for hopping on. It's fantastic to have you here. And yeah, that's like, once again, having the, just trying to come up with ways that like this story can be accessible to, all viewers is just helpful in its own right. There's me dancing. Sam. Yep. Sam the dog. He's back in the window watching the cat, but he's chilled out now. He just needed some pets. You want to say hi again? Do you want to say hi? Do. Hello. Say hello. Look at the camera. Oof. Alright. I gotta get back to animating. Do. Bah. Big fluffy dog. Where does the story take place? In the lore, or is it completely separate from it? Or are you going to handle it like Red vs. Blue handled the references to the main game while being completely separate? So it is taking place in the same world, with some returning characters but mostly like all original characters or takes on things. So, for example, the planet that they're on um, is an original planet that I came up with that is like in our story. It's in the same ecosystem as Typhon, which is the planet that blew up at the end of Titanfall 2. Um, so it's a reference to that, where like essentially like the IMC went on a nearby but safe planet to like continue conducting research. Oh, I forgot this is what I did. Another Easter egg I did during performance. If you've played the Titanfall 2 campaign, the Effect and Cause mission, and you've ever gotten the secret animation, I did it here. Which I guess he's not wearing the wrist gauntlet, but whatever. Whatever, we're having fun. It's a fan film. I'm not Respawn. I'm one person doing the animation. But yeah, so it takes place like adjacent to Typhon, and like kind of like what the IMC would have done directly after things. Goodness, buddy, watch the blinds. And yeah, I mean it's we tried to take like, you know, it's not like it takes place on like a planet that's like, you know, this drastically different place. Like it's, you know, like I think when I initially like wrote up like the details for it, I was like, it's like this much larger than Earth, like it's evolved to like this point, you know, stuff like that. But yeah. Let's see here. I don't know a lot about animation. What's a metahuman? Great question. So a metahuman is a it's a digital. It's basically like a human looking 3D model. Unreal Engine kind of cracked this code where you could take a like basically procedurally generate a human based on like the same rig and the same properties and everything like that. So you can go to Google, type in MetaHuman Creator, sign up for an Epic Games account, and you can create your own MetaHuman today. But what it allows you to do is like you can create the character, and then you can bring that character into Unreal Engine, and they like have their own properties. So like, for example, this like Sarah Briggs character, I probably won't open the MetaHuman on stream because it might crash Unreal, just because I haven't opened it in this project yet. Probably wouldn't crash, but it'd probably just take a long time. Oh, I gotta pick this out. But previously, like to get a like a digital character of that same quality was like a model like that could cost you like $5,000 to $12,000, and it's free. Like metahumans are free to use. Go knock yourself out. I've documented a little bit about it on the YouTube page, so feel free to look into that more. But it's an amazing tool. Does a lot to help out. All right, that's an animation. Drop it in there. This next one, I know she grabs a prop. But I'm not going to do the prop in this test sequence. We'll do that in the actual level. Let's see here. Can you make something where we can get BT and Vipers say things? We can get BT and Vipers say things. I'm not 100% sure what you're asking there. But Evan Boymel, the voice of Viper, is in New Frontiers, and I, as a joke, at one point, I transposed his voice to sound like BT because he was like doing that persona on YouTube for a little bit, where he was like very anti-BT, and so he does like a voiceover in the beginning. And I was like, hey, because I know you love BT so much. Like, here, check this out. And he thought it was super funny. I'll see if I still have it. Gotta wait for that drive to boot up. I can start this animation in the meantime, though. Back up. So just make sure that's lined up, and then we'll put a pistol there next. But that's a good place for the animation. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, so hold up. Where do I have? Probably in episode 1. Captured audio? No. Footage. Evan Boymel intro. So we'll make sure this actually plays on stream for you guys. Oh, cool. I put both of them in here. It's like this was Evan's voice.
The frontier, a vast region of the universe where the stars themselves bear witness to an ageless conflict. The Interstellar Manufacturing Corporation.
So like that was his original voiceover, and then as a joke I sent him this.
The frontier, a vast region of the universe where the stars themselves bear witness to an ageless conflict. The Interstellar Manufacturing Corporation, with its...
So... it was funny. He got a kick out of it. Let's see here. While researching through Titanfall lore, how did you feel about the tone differences between TF1 and TF2? Like, TF1 seems more like a middle ground story than TF2, which has the militia as the good guys. Very interesting question. Here, let me change up my camera battery real quick, because that's dying, and I haven't gotten an extender on it, but I can talk in the background because the mic is separate. So between Titanfall 1 and Titanfall 2, what's interesting is, like, I wanted to be able to do something that was honorary to both games. Cool, camera's back up and running. Because I recognize that there's, like, a lot of fans of the first game, and like don't like some of the creative decisions with the second game, which like a lot of those I can agree with from an aesthetic point. From a gameplay point, I think it was the right call, because just having things more vivid makes it easier to see, and it's not like as like Titanfall 1 was like very browns, grays, washed out, and it was hard to see at times. And then Titanfall 2, they brightened that up for gameplay purposes, which I think was the right move. For this, both from like, a standpoint of how it looked, but also like the tone of it, it's definitely a lot more like Titanfall 1. There were even like moments where like, there's some comical moments in the Titanfall 2 story, and we were like, can we integrate some stuff like that? And like there are like a couple moments where we're like, this will get a chuckle, but it's certainly not like a it's not like a happy-go-lucky story. It's not a like this side is morally right all the time. This character, for example, she's an IMC pilot who grew up on the frontier, and the reason that she gains an admiration for the IMC, and is a part of it, is because like she was part of a domestic terrorist attack that the militia caused, and on like at her home, and she was taken in by a refugee welfare program. So like that changed her perspective on like, oh no, like the militia isn't like this righteous faction. Like they do bad stuff too, and it's like, and that's what gets her to excuse bad things that the IMC does, because she's like, well, like if it's not us, or if if we don't do it, then they're gonna do it, and it's an us versus them situation. That's kind of her ideology around it. So yeah, it's definitely like, it's not a story where it's like, here's a perspective from the bad guys and you need to empathize with them, and it's like, it's not one of those kinds of stories, which like became like increasingly popular with like different Disney Plus shows and whatever and all that jazz. Like they just did it, apparently. I didn't see the show, but like that's like essentially how the new Echo show goes down, is like they take Wilson Fisk and be like, he just misunderstood, and it's like, bruh, in the in the first season of Daredevil, he like crushes a dude's head with a car door just to be like a show of force. Like that's, you can't make me be like, oh, his feelings are hurt. It's like that doesn't work. So it's not in that kind of way. It's in a like, like, hey, like, factions are like, these factions are huge. There's no way to account or like claim that everybody is going to be the morally good, and so that's the approach that it takes. But then also like, when it comes to how the show is, like the color palettes and stuff that we're choosing, as like I've done some like temp color grading, just to get things off the ground in that department, so when we get the full res files, we can hit the ground running with color already having like different looks and stuff. But it's leaning like way more into Titanfall 1, because this is a film medium. It doesn't need to translate as a video game where it's like you're moving a million miles a minute, and like it's like you constantly need like those vibrant, like, oh, I'm looking at this now, because we're doing it in the film medium. We can change that up a little bit more. So going for more of that Titanfall 1 aesthetic for sure. I'm going to read a couple more comments in a second here. Just give me a sec. Make sure everything's frozen. Okay. And we'll save. Whose point of view is it taken from, the IMC crew or the militia? Also, why is the IMC considered evil again? I forgot about a bit of the lore. Yeah, and Tron Hero kind of mentioned it there. And sorry, like, I know you guys are like commenting, and then like I fall like really behind on like the comments. But it's like just the nature of like I'm trying to animate at the same time. So let's see. She needs to grab the gun. There, it needs to be fully in position. So it's from the IMC's perspective, to give like that difference, but it's also like, like you get the IMC's perspective on the militia, like, like the militia, like the SRS, like terrorist groups, more or less. That's the way that they see them. But like you get like, a justified side of like, not everybody on the militia is bad. The IMC is treated more as like, like when the IMC, and like this is like as much based on like the lore as I could find, and like there a couple of our writers were intentionally like Titanfall fans, so they could provide more insight to the lore um, while we wrote, but giving it like a perspective of like the IMC got there, and initially it was like way more like the militia are being hostile because like they don't want the IMC infringing on their space. They're they've dug their heels in, and they're like, no, like you can't have this stuff. And like initially when the IMC had money and had resources, they were trying to be way more diplomatic because like politically it makes zero sense as like a militant group to like go in, especially when like in Titanfall lore, like people on the frontier like were initially like explorers from the IMC. It's like, yeah, they're not gonna go in and just like guns ablazing start like looting and shooting. But then like the militia starts doing that, and like over time that wears down on the IMC. It aggravates like people in the core worlds, where it's like, okay, this is actually becoming a problem, and like what do we need to do to address it? And that's when it becomes a lot more morally gray, and the IMC becomes more of the evil force. And then like our story kind of cuts back and forth from what the IMC used to be like versus like where they got to now, and like why do these characters like believe these things. So like the main character, she's a veteran of like 25 years, so like she's like seen an entire shift that like she can't pinpoint where they cross the line of like trying to be diplomatic versus like becoming tyrannical. And it's like she can't identify when that happened, but like can identify that like now it's a problem. So trying to give it interesting dynamics, and make it a more compelling story in that light. That'd be pretty cool to see the side that's portrayed evil. The way sounds epic. BT sounds a bit more like Optimus Prime. He kind of does. Originally we reached out to Glenn Steinbaum, who voiced BT in the game. We reached out to him. He loved the project. He thought it was super cool. But he ultimately was like, like, I want to keep working with Respawn, and I don't want this to like damage my relationship with them, so I'm gonna have to pass. That's kind of where he was at, but he wishes us, great luck in the completion of the project and all that. So he was out, and so doing like our version of it, we don't want it to sound exactly like Glenn, because then like that makes it look like we reached out and then we were like, F you, we're gonna use your voice anyways. It's like, that's not cool. So we tried to, once again with everything else here, tried to stay true to the character while making it a little bit more unique to our story, and to also just be more respectful to Glenn and his wishes to not be involved. What's the lore of the first game? It is I don't remember like the super specifics of the first game. I'm gonna do that animation I'm gonna clean it up after this. But like more or less, like the lore of the first game, um, it's a little bit more difficult to follow because the game took place in the multiplayer. And I actually like my roommates had a copy of the first Titanfall, so I'd seen them play it some. I played it like a very minimal, but like never knew what was going on in the story there. So I had to like do a deep dive into that lore. Um, and like I watched like there's a YouTube video where it's like just like the cutscenes and then like the first little bit of gameplay because um, like essentially every match starts as a cutscene that gives you a little slice of the narrative and like why you're on the map that you're on, and then it goes from there. And like you would load into, if I remember correctly, you would load into a new game, but like you're playing the story linearly. You're just playing with different players that are like on the same level as you, more or less. Um, and I think they changed it to make it more accessible to where like you didn't need to do it in the story mode or whatever. Um, but yeah, so like is a bit convoluted. An interesting idea for sure because nobody else had really done anything like that. But you know, it there's a reason there's a campaign in the second one. But more or less, the lore there is like pretty straightforward, like war related. It's very contained. Um, it's not like a cataclysmic event. It's essentially like there's the like main driver in the story, like the end game, is the militia are trying to get to an IMC refueling station to blow it up so the IMC can't travel to the frontier, and can't travel from the frontier back to the core worlds because that depot has been destroyed. Um, which like they know isn't like a long term fix, but like will help them out, and that's where like the remnant fleet and everything comes from. Is from that situation, which is all stuff that we take into account. There's even like a scene that's straight up like the last mission in Titanfall 1, um, just to have even further reference to those kinds of things. Yeah, that trope is extremely lame. Yeah. I honestly kind of thought that even though portrayed as good in the games, the IMC and the militia are on the same level, and no one's the good guy. Do you agree? I would say I agree with that to a certain extent. I think like that's one of the things that um, I address in the story, is kind of like even if the militia are bad, or there are like bad members of the militia, like they don't account for everybody because there are still like innocent civilians and stuff, and like there are things that can be done. So like try not to give any spoilers, so I'll set this up as more of an example. For example, people on the frontier, a lot of the civilians and stuff, they just want to be left alone, and they recognize the militia as like, kind of defending that. They have their freedom of being on the frontier because the militia is fighting the IMC and preventing them from, causing chaos and destruction from their point of view. And those people are innocent, but if the IMC just goes on this like tirade where they're like, anybody associated, is bad, like, kind of like how like that's like the whole plot of like Pirates of the Caribbean. But like, it's like, like how is like, you know, how do you treat those complexities, because like, you know, you like, even when it comes down to like, you know, one of the things that's like addressed in like kind of a, it's not a political point, but like just a part of like the New Frontier stories is like, you know, oftentimes it's like, you know, people who go off to war and like are put in the most dangerous situation are like literal children. You know, like they graduate high school, at least like, you know, in the American military, it's like you graduate high school and you go right, like there are kids that just go right into the military, and 10 months later they could be on a battlefield, and it's like that's kind of messed up. And like that's how it is with like a lot of militaries around the world and in history in the past. um, and so it's like, you know, if you have kids that are indoctrinated with this ideology of like, you know, like all the IMC is bad, like if you ever come across like somebody who's part of the IMC, like you need to murder them, like that's like, you know, what they're being indoctrinated with. It's like, do you treat those kids like they're soldiers, or do you like do you try to, you know, be a bit more ethical about that? Like, you know, so you know, there are some like tough questions, and like, you know, it's not, we tried not to ever do anything where it's like one side is 100% right all the time. It's like in this scenario, like this ideology or this thinking is what morally makes the most sense, but like nobody necessarily has the right answer, which is like the case in real life. So she puts her gun away. It seems that each group gets worse the more desperate they become. Like the militia in the first game is smaller, so they're worse than the second installment. Same for the IMC. I could agree with that. Um, you know, again, you know, I think it's one of those things where it's like, you know, maybe in that first game, you know, the one side reacts more out of fear. The militia acts out in fear, to where it's like, you know, maybe the IMC was in fact like, you know, a bit a bit more chill, and then like, you know, the militia just kicked the hornet's nest enough time to where they were like, nah, like we're not gonna put up with this anymore, and that's like what became the issue. But yeah, I mean, it's all stuff that, you know, we try to answer in our story. So all right, so her arm goes down. We're gonna take that, and I'm just gonna copy and paste these frames. This is the other cool thing for anybody interested in an animation standpoint. So like, you know, now I can take like any of these, and like, so like this is kind of what I would call like the return to zero position. It's where like I've made all these changes, and now I can go forward just a little bit, paste, and now she just like completely resets to that zeroed out position, but it blends super well. Sick. Is the first game still active enough for someone to play the story? I'm not sure. I know there are people who play the first game. You can't buy it on Steam, so you need a physical copy, if I am recalling that properly. Um, but if you go into a GameStop, you might get lucky and find like an old copy there. Honestly, though, like, first Titanfall, don't get me wrong, great game, but like the second one definitely improves on it in every single way. For for example, I don't think you could slide. I think is like one of the bigger mechanics. I don't think there was any sliding in Titanfall 1, so like I can't imagine going back to like, all right, I'm playing Titanfall and I can't slide. Like that would throw me for such a loop, especially like going from like playing like Apex Legends or the finals where it's like sliding is like kind of a, like a mechanic you're using to your advantage, to go to a game that is in the same type of genre and then like you can't slide, you just crouch. That would throw me off so hard. Let's see. Have you ever thought of how scary a war Titanfall portrays actually is? You have 2-ton mechs that can crush you into a puddle, and people are flying over you at high speeds. So, yeah, that's definitely something that, we considered in like, how do we implement that into our story, like elements like that. And, one of the things that we kind of kept returning to is like, from what perspective are we trying to tell this story? And in the concept trailer that I made, we kind of addressed that. Like there's that whole thing was spawned by the idea of, what would a real life Reaper encounter be like? And it's like, oh, that would be like terrible. Like if you're just like a grunt on the field, like that would like be the worst day. Like, I really thought of it like the movie The Edge of Tomorrow, when they're like fighting the aliens and it's like there's no possible way for them to like know what to do or like how to fight these things. It's like that's kind of what I was like, that's probably what it would be like to be a grunt on the battlefield. And so like that's where that was kind of born. But like with this story and the story that we knew we wanted to tell with it, and like really being ingratiated in like the Titanfall world in these characters as pilots, because it's not a like, it's not like Forward Unto Dawn, for example. Like that's like a good, like you're the boots on the ground character, you're following them, and like this is their journey, and then they are interacting with like, what are like, enemies that you would fight regularly in the game, but like now that's a terrifying force, until Master Chief shows up and messes them up. But that story has been told a whole bunch. I feel like there's just so many where it's like, oh, like, what if it's the boots on the ground character and like you're in the Grunt's shoes, and like that's such an interesting story. And it's like, yes, it can be done, but it has been done to death. And so like the initial mock-up of New Frontiers was actually from the perspective of like, what if this was like 2 veteran characters who have like been a part of this for an extremely long time, and now we're getting their perspective on it. That was like the original draft of the story, before it turned more into like a teacher mentor thing, or a mentor student thing. And so like, with that, there's not as much of that, like, what does this look like from the ground? It's definitely more of like, kind of embraces like, how does it feel to be a pilot playing the game? And that's more so the approach that we took with the story. Would a key work for Titanfall 1? Maybe. I'm not sure. Will Grunts be shown to have it the worst and just be pretty much cannon fodder, just like in the games? Kind of. There are some grunts where it's like, we took extra special care to like make them you know, these like just more in-depth characters, and like focused on like, you know, there's like one like really high quality like grunt who has a metahuman face, um who like, you know, like does like kind of this roarish speech for Jack Cooper, just to like get a crowd of grunts hyped up. Like that's like part of what happens in the story. um but like, you know, to that point, like there's tons of grunts that are just like, you know, like you said, like cannon fodder, red shirts, just like, you know, they they die and move on. But there's also a degree we wanted, like one of the elements we wanted to add to it was like when you're playing Titanfall multiplayer, even in the campaign, whatever, like you're just wasting grunts. It's like, you know, you step on them and it's whatever. It's like blah blah blah. And I was like, I want there to be an element in the story that like makes players feel bad that they do that. So, like, and you know, so there's like a character where like, you know, he is just like a, you know, like a he's a medic. He's part of a like a I forget what I like canonically made him, but like he's just like part of a medical squad, and it's like, you know, like just portrays him as like a real person, and he's like key to, you know, a character's backstory. But there was that bit of like there was a mosquito. Um, there was a little bit of humor in there where it was like, you know, like I want people to play this knowing full well that they like, you know, just mow over these grunts, don't even give it a second thought, and then just to be like, hey, that's this person that like you now care about. That was something that was a concept that we implemented early on, which paid off because it made both characters involved just like have that much more depth. So it's not a grunt for the sake of being a grunt. I honestly forget that he is like technically just a grunt all the time, because his character is just more involved than like what the traditional grunt is in the game. We should be out of this animation stage here soon. We can move on to the cinematic stuff, which is where we make this all look good. And I'm gonna check comments in just a second because I can see them in my peripheral popping up, but I want to make sure I get this and key it because I haven't keyed it yet, which means if I click away or offset something, it's gonna reset it to 0. That should be good. Okay. Do the grunts get life insurance? They're trying to corner us is in New Frontiers. That is a line, and so there's a guy, he was in the Titanfall subreddit for a long time, and he's been super helpful on New Frontiers. He goes by IMC Spyglass. He put out like a live action trailer for like a project he was working on, and so he voices a grunt in New Frontiers. And his girlfriend told me, she was like he spent so much time like perfecting they're trying to corner us line, and he does it like really well. It sounds exactly like you hear it in the game. But it's just really funny. Let's look at that. Wrong joint. There we go. I'll straighten some of these fingers out. This model, this character loses their hand in the show. Not a huge spoiler. They lose their hand, and then they get this hand, and the hand caused a bunch of problems, and I totally forgot about that until I just started working on this. It's like, whatever, I'm using the model with the robot hand, that's fine. I'm back, really enjoying how much thought you put into this lore. Thanks. It's as much as we possibly could. It was like, how much can we really pay attention and draw from, what was a part of the game, and why do people love it and what's in there. So we spent a lot of time thinking about that and trying to get it as accurate as possible while still telling a good story, because not everything fits 100% of the time, so we did as much as we could to make sure as much of it worked within our story. And then we didn't want to just write stuff off. We made everything make sense, even in areas where we had to change it. But even paying attention to just the smallest details. For example, there's in the original script that was written and what we were working with for most of the time, leading up to recording, that same guy, the IMC Spyglass guy, there were some scenes where he was I feel adding little elements are really gonna help here. So making there's a I had written in there's a medical building in the background, and he was it'd be really cool if that was a reference and make that a Silva Pharmaceuticals building, and just making the branding a little bit different, it hasn't been updated or hasn't gone through a rebrand or whatever. And so there are little details like that peppered in throughout, and it's the same thing as this character model is a great example. It's made by the Lastimosa Armory Incorporated, which is one of the game designers at Respawn. So it's just a little detail. Nobody notices that in game, but it's it's on his helmet. It's where that helmet came from. That helmet has a backstory. So we tried to do as much of that in New Frontiers as possible. Just really trying to pay attention to all those small details, how it fits into the puzzle that is the lore, and then what can we do to use all that to enhance the story. So there's a lot of that. There's very little that's just blanketed, I suppose, where we either take something for granted or just ignore something. Every single, even if it's not even shown, stuff has background and depth to it. I had mentioned before, there's a character who likes to make stickers for her squad and slap them decals on their Titans and stuff. That's a small detail, but then there are other things where it's there's a more high ranking character who's a simulacrum, who just in how we wrote it, his backstory is even though it has nothing, it offers nothing to the story as a whole, but it's it just helped us write the character with something where it's essentially he was a pilot. He moved up the ranks, but was terminally ill, and so was one of the first like simulacrum tests to make sure that like the program worked properly, but so he could continue to do, you know, his job and serve the IMC. And like that's part of his backstory that never comes up. Um, it's not even in the script. It's just like part of the character background that we had in mind while we were writing. And you know, he's not like yeah, he's in a few episodes, but like he's not a main character. And he's incredibly voiced by the very talented Jordan Anderson. Which, Jordan, I don't know if you're on, but like, you killed it, bruh. You killed it. I just started wigging out. That's not a good sign. Catching up. I remember that one time I saw a grunt do an animation where he drops his weapon and surrenders while you're in your Titan. Yeah, no, like there's tons of details like that in the game, which also, for anybody watching, I don't know if you've noticed, but me and my brother were playing Titanfall 2 yesterday. And I've been playing Titanfall 2 consistently since 2019. You know, like on and off a couple times, but pretty consistently since 2019. And the grunts in the game, in the vanilla game, started saying lines that I've never heard before. I think one of them was like, you know, like if it like, you know, like I don't remember, but they were very they were reminiscent to that animation. I can't remember the creator. It's Joe something, but he made like that, like animated grunts short where it's like just kind of like that slapsticky comedy bits. But like the stuff that they say in there where it's like, you know, there's a guy who's like, you know, like, oh man, like I haven't missed a single shot, and then the other grunt's like, that's because you haven't even pulled the trigger. And it's like stuff like that. Like the grunts were saying lines like that, not like lines from what that guy made, but just like similar lines to that I never heard in game before. And it happened like twice back to back, and I was like, what in the world was that? Like I don't know if anybody else has heard that. Pretty sure most of those lines were from Titanfall 1. That's so strange. Same here. Yeah, no. It's weird. It was definitely weird that like just all of a sudden started hearing stuff that like after years of playing the game, like you turn your brain off to it, and then all of a sudden it was like, you know, you hear just new lines. That was wild, which makes me think that they're updating the game. I don't have any proof of that. Who knows, maybe I haven't been paying attention this whole time and just never heard that line, but it was pretty crazy. And great if they are updating the game, which would make sense. I mean, the 10-year anniversary is coming up. And just like me, I'm sure somebody at Respawn is crunching to get something out by then. Alright, let's catch up. Spyglass seems like such a cool character. He is pretty... He's super cool. And like the general character that we have is like a hybrid of the Spyglass model with like the stim model. We kind of bashed together our own to make a unique character that plays well. Alright, I'm going to head out. See you later. Thanks for stopping by, Tron Hero. It's been fantastic. You've been keeping the chat lively. It's been a good time. Any mentions or references to the artifacts like the one on Swampland or any ancient structures? There's a little bit of that, but like again, those are like subtle details that like if you're not paying attention, you're totally gonna miss them. Because there's just so much hidden within what we created. So for example, there's like like these old like these ancient ruins that like the characters just like camp out in one night, and it's like never like the environment's never mentioned. They're never like, oh, these are old ruins, aren't they? It's like it's just a location that exists. And that's like it's one of those things where we based it off of some of those things that are mentioned within the lore, within the books. IMC Spyglass, he has like an entire book that they went through to like just double check things with the lore and stuff and what could be added. So there are things like that where like those ruins are added, they're a part of our story, they're just never mentioned. And so like it makes the world feel like there's a whole lot more depth without ever actually saying that. Like we never pointed out to like make a point of like oh, we did the thing. you know Instead it's just something that exists within the story. The way pilots bend their thumbs when holding the wingman look real uncomfortable. Yeah, I mean, I think part of that is just like you like a lot of the times like they don't get the finished model. They'll do a lot of animations like on like just a single blocked out weapon, and then like as those models get completed, they'll drop them in and like tweak it to fit. But again, when it's like something like the wingman is like just like such a different thing and such a heavy weapon. It's so front heavy, like the way that it's designed. But hey, it looks good. Any machine characters like phase shift? So there are some, not like, there are some in the story, not really any main characters, mostly because like what we wanted to explore from a filmmaking point of view was like how much could we push what we had. So like all the actors recorded stuff on their phones, and like we wanted to like see the variations of like if somebody had an iPhone 13, like how much better does that look in comparison to like I don't even know, just like some like really cheap broken Google phone or something. So like we wanted to push it from that perspective quite a bit. And so like a lot of the main characters are human to really like allow us to have tested that and seen what was possible for future projects that are just Titanfall. There's a lot more stuff that we want to be able to do in the future. So with that, most of the main characters are human. There are obviously the Titans, them be robots. But yeah, like from like that perspective, it naturally became more of the human characters. It also allowed us to mess around with the metahumans a bit more and explore that technology. And then like there are a handful of characters in it that are different, species and stuff. And then there's things like, for example, my son's absolute favorite Titanfall thing ever is Marvin. And of course, you can't have Titanfall content without Marvins. So there are a few within our story. And they're characters within their scenes, and one of the writing devices that we used is that every character thinks that they're the main character of the story. So they're on their own quest and stuff. And there's even once again, when it comes down to references, there's, if anybody sees it, definitely point it out, because I'd love to know if anybody catches it. But there's there is a reference to the Marvin that you take the arc tool from, and that Marvin, just in my own head while I was animating, I was like, he has a backstory of you took the weapon from him and he just immediately left the planet, lost all meaning in life. And so in the story, he's got just the sad screen on his interface. He's just standing outside of a bar, but there's never a close up of him or anything like that. So if you see him, definitely point it out. Pretty sure some of those lines were in Titanfall. Oh, we talked about that. If Titanfall 3 comes out, I want more focus on autonomous robots like stalkers. Yeah, and that's, I definitely hope that they put emphasis into stuff like that. We tried to implement as many things from the game, obviously, that we could. So when it comes to stalkers, for example, we integrate those a little bit into the story. We integrate the specters quite a bit because those got more attention in Apex, as far as what is the military using. You don't see a lot of stalkers in the future Apex, but there are plenty of specters, so people know what those robots are, even if they have that more Titanfall 1-esque design. They have more of the triangle heads than the toaster heads. Yeah, so there are some story elements with the specters, and then in some of the battle elements, there's if you're fighting against these machines, how do you exploit their weaknesses to give you an advantage? So it's they have basically the suicide bombs on them. So if you were able to impulse an explosion and then use something like the electric smoke in the game, could you disable or chain react a bunch of stalkers? Those are things that we kept in mind while writing, and then implemented for some of the sequences. This gun does not want to go into his hand. I gotta pull his clavicle back. And his elbow up. And his shoulder down. This is all stuff that you learn just through hours of animation. It's how do you hold things? And then holding the props and figuring out oh, that's why. That's why you would do it like this. That's getting it a lot closer. Doing the interactions with the guns. Again, like this is where like IK rigs would be enormously helpful. But in this case, you know, like I'd mentioned, could definitely build better rigs now. But we're still just working with the rigs that I'd made a year ago for the project. Trying to catch up. Any reviving of dead characters, or will the dead characters stay dead and only appear in scenes that take place in the past, like the Apex Predators? Good question. Apex Predators don't make a comeback, if that's what you're asking. There's like, how many people are on the stream? 11? Anybody watching the stream who have made it this far, and those of you here right now, you get, I'll give you the insight, the not spoilers, but like what to expect. So Blisk is like a cameo role in this story that sets up like, you know, if there was ever going to be a continuation of New Frontiers, you know, he kind of intrigues what that would be like. It's like at the end of Dead Man's Chest when Barbossa shows up. So like, if you can't tell from this stream, I'm a fan of Pirates of the Caribbean as well. But similar vibes. It's a cool reveal. If you watch the teaser trailer, there's like a shot of like a pilot in a gas mask, and that's Blisk. So if you made it this far, you get that little insight. But yeah, so characters who are dead stay dead. You know, we don't really do any backstory, since, I mean, I know how much Titanfall fans love Apex, but like Apex already kind of addresses that with like Ash has a backstory now, where she's a part of, you know, that canon. And then Viper has a backstory, with all the Valkyrie stuff, which like all that kind of stuff I wanted to leave alone, because like New Frontiers slots itself into like as smoothly as possible being Titanfall 2, taking into account all that lore, and then Apex taking into account kind of what happens after New Frontiers. So taking both of those into account, you know, it's it's honorary to both. So no bringing back characters. Characters who die are dead, and then characters in our story, according to us, canonically are dead. Which will make it awkward if Respawn brings people back. But also, when we were working on this, I mean, you know, it's been a year and a half since, you know, we first started writing and stuff, and there was no sign of Respawn doing anything with characters from Titanfall. So we were just kind of like, free game. And then like, you know, they started implementing more Titanfall stuff in Apex and all that jazz, and it was like, oh, maybe like something will happen. So who knows? If they do something with Titanfall, it's like, cool, they reopened that, but it's gonna make New Frontiers interesting. So hopefully we get New Frontiers out and enough people like it to where it canonically becomes part of the Titanfall and Apex timeline. We're about done with this animation. Let's see. The Titanfall 1 companion app lore intel section was fun to read. Absolutely. What would a character like Phase Shift or Stim sound like? So the ones that we do have, so like I don't know if you guys know the YouTuber Modin31. He used to do a lot of Titanfall. He used to do a lot of Titanfall content, and he made a video about the trailer that I had initially uploaded. He made a video about that, and I think I might have that bounce down a little bit more. He made a video about that when I uploaded, and in New Frontiers, he plays. And once again, this is an example of like I spent all this time animating something and the animation didn't get used. The character's still there and the lines are still there and all that. It's just what the cinematographer wanted to do and what made sense for the story. Like we changed it. But so he voices like a lab simulacrum. And his voice is essentially like the same thing that we're doing for the Titan voices, just without like the deep end of it, which is kind of like what they do in the multiplayer for the stim pilots and stuff. They have kind of that robotic but not as deep voice, which is a cool sound and what we went with. Tilt this up and then tilt this part down. I'll make the shoulder go up, or the clavicle go up. So the shoulder can start to rotate it into place. I'm gonna read those comments in a second, guys. I'm just trying to get this into place. Guns are extremely tedious in this show. And again, like Alberto was saying earlier, poses and IKs would go such a long way. Faux next time. There, yeah, that was smoother. Let's see here. I wish the pilots in 2 had the option to use war paints like Titans. That would have been awesome. Agreed. I think, like the camouflages and stuff that they put on. Yeah, the camouflages and the skins are whatever in Titanfall 2. Some of them are really cool, but most of them, like, they just kind of look like, it wasn't as popular then. Call of Duty was, like, kind of the only one doing it, but then, like, Fortnite and stuff just popularized skins even more, and it made the brighter colors more annoying. Does Marvin get a high five in the animation? No, there are no high fivings of Marvins. That never made it into the script. There are Marvins that are helpful and give a helping hand, but no high fives. Marvins are a Titanfall staple. What would one need to do to get on the production team for this? So for New Frontiers, we're not bringing anybody else on because things are kind of in lockdown, wrapping up. It's I'm not sure I want to watch it anymore. Was that about the Marvin high five? I'm so sorry. But so getting onto this production, we can't accept anybody else because we're like a month out from release, a month and some change. So not bringing anybody else on for this project, but in the future we want to do more projects, and get even more people involved in those and do things that are smaller scale so we can involve lots of people essentially, where it's like, it's if this was what we're doing all the time, it's like it'd be a conversation on every project where it's like, oh, like, like the, I don't know, like New Frontiers took a year and a half to make, and now we get like people on board for the next project, and then like, it goes through that same cycle where people want to be involved in the next one, but it gets in the same position. So, not accepting any other like direct help on this, but the biggest way that you can help is just by talking about the show, making people aware of it, and whether that's in Discord calls, on Reddit, in game is a great place to talk about it. Like if you run into people on mic, and like, you mentioned like, yo, did you see that? Like there's a dude making a internet series about Titanfall. That goes a long way. I talked to a couple people about it online, just like through what they bring up. There was a guy who was like giving me his sci-fi show recommendations just like out of the blue, and I was like, well, if you like sci-fi shows, as Larry the Cucumber would say, have we got a show for you? All right, this animation is just about done. Let's see here. That Marvin is going to start a Marvin revolution, a new faction to participate in. Marvin's finest hour. I'm telling you, Marvin's darkest hour. That's a great comment. Don't forget to remove the sight razor from Double Take. Keep up the good work. Trinity, what part are you talking? Oh, you're right. That is on there. Oops. Well, yeah, that's baked in. That's what it's going to be on this Double Take. Maybe this fella has some odd reason to keep it. Great catch. I've been working on this up close and I didn't even notice. All right, let's check this animation, make sure it's good, and then I'll get back to some comments while we queue up the next one. Cool. That looks good to me. Well, bake that out. Animations. Gaz. Which, yes, is a reference to Modern Warfare. Call of Duty 4. That game, like, changed my life. That was, like, the first time I was like, whoa, video games can be like this. That's crazy. You can tell my brain's powering down. Annam. We're at least going to get this rendered out tonight. That's my goal, and I'm sticking to it. All right. Let's check comments for a sec. Where can I watch when it's done? You can watch it right here on YouTube. It'll be free to watch. That's like kind of our main thing. It'll be on this YouTube channel. We're embracing the whole like plot coalition thing, so it's like not a branded or like not like it's going on like a channel about Titanfall specifically. I'm going to do Davis and Draws last. So we'll do this fella first. But yeah, free to watch right here on YouTube. And our plan for the release is essentially we'll come out with the first episode, and like this has been like from the very beginning what we've wanted to do is a lot of internet series that are out there. You put them out, or like people will work on them. They'll be like, this is what I'm working on. It gets super hype, and they start working on it. And I'll delete this face element too. They get to working on it. They get through the first episode and stuff, and it looks incredible. And then like that episode 1 comes out, and then you kind of get nothing. You could tell I was done with mocap at this point. But then it's radio silence, and it takes a long time for the next episode to come out, and then it does, and then like over time, if you do get more episodes, there's a clear difference in like their quality. And we want this to come out like in the same state across the board. So we're going to be doing a release schedule of episode 1 will come out on March 11th is our plan. And then episode 2 will literally be the next day, and it'll be like that every single day. We'll be releasing new content until the final episode is released. So then people who are following don't have to wait a super long time to get the next chunk of the story, and people who want to binge don't have to wait that long for it all to be out, and people who discover it later don't get up to like episode 5 and they're like, I can't wait to see the finale, and then like the finale never comes or whatever. So so it'll all come out on YouTube all at the same time. I'm fine with just spreading the word about this. Thank you. Have you talked to the original writers about the story? I haven't talked to them directly. I initially was like, oh, this would be like a cool thing to like talk to the folks at Respawn and whatnot and see where things could get done. But then then I got to thinking oh, what if EA this or EA that? I was like, maybe I'll keep it on the DL then and wait for it to come out and then talk to folks. So with that, I connected with a couple of the guys from OG Respawn. I connected with them on LinkedIn. And then probably once the full thing is out, I'll probably shoot them a message that's just hey, your game really inspired me. I learned a lot about 3D by making this. Um, thank you for everything you did to make it. Will probably be like kind of to that extent. But when we reached out to Glenn about like voicing BT again, that's when it kind of settled in on like, oh, maybe we like shouldn't do like tons of pursuits, not because we're trying to keep it like under wraps, but because like we don't want it to become like a legal issue or anything like that. And we've been like very cautious about fair use and all that, and making sure that things are in like good regard and everything, to where we can launch this. And that's why like my channel isn't monetized or any of that. It's so we can put this out and have a final thing without them being able to say that like we can't, because it is fair use. But then also like just avoiding problems. And the only reason that Evan got involved was because he had reached out about being in it, and I was like, yeah, absolutely. So getting him involved, and he's not reprising the character or anything. He plays a different role entirely. But yeah, hearing his stuff about being on like working on Titanfall 2 was pretty cool. I'm pretty sure the animation will kick off like wildfire. I sure hope it does. The fact that this is possible, and like I absolutely love like what Rococo is doing to make motion capture more accessible. They even have like a webcam AI version that like you like do a performance, and then like it can create motion capture data off of a video instead of being in a motion capture suit, which is like shows how much they want to make motion capture accessible, because they build hardware, like they make the suits, the motion capture suits, and then they were like, hey, for people who can't afford our suits, here's another option. Like that is like, they're amazing. But yeah, like a lot of the things that like there's some awesome creators who have done some really innovative things with their motion capture, but it's never, from what I can tell, it's never been to this extent. And like a lot of the times they're like their tools are used for like more or less like TikTok dance videos and stuff, and like people doing like cool simulations and like cloth movement stuff, and it looks very motion capture-esque. And it's very rare to find people who are using it, one in like a narrative sense, but then two also like recognize like how do you do motion capture in the suit. Because like even like I've gotten quite a few reps in like how to do. I did not even check this animation, so I forgot. I totally just started dancing. It's okay. That's a long time period. Anyways, 450 frames is a decent amount of time. But yeah, so like performing in a motion capture suit and like being able to do things to characters, like there are so many things you need to take into account. So like for example, when we did also, hey, you guys want to see something kind of funny? I'll show you one sec. Animations, be more cleaned anim. While we're working on this, you want to see Unreal Engine in action? While we do like each of these characters individually. Oh, that took a minute. let me show you something cool. While we work on every single character individually, all these guys, they're still running their animations. So as they do stuff, there's just all sorts of characters back here playing their animations that we've already worked on. But I could just leave them on in the background. I totally forgot that they were back here doing this until just now. But that's Unreal Engine for you. Working in here is so much fun. Yeah, there's just so many different things. So like kind of what I was talking about, like here with this character, the cloak, and he has like the ghillie. I don't know what you would call it, but like he has that on him. For that, like I would take a blanket and roll it up and put it over my shoulders when I recorded mocap for that character, because I knew there was a certain threshold where like my head couldn't like be moving too far down, or like my shoulders were always going to be weighted, so like I had to pay attention to that, and like the way that the actor portrays the character, he's got like not suave, but like he's very I don't even know what the word I would use for, but Eric Oliveira, he did an amazing job. But like just the way he played the character, and he even like he was like he put a coat, like a jacket on. He explains it in like the interview we did with him. He's like, I put that jacket on and I was the character, and that character, he walks like this, and had these like different nuances. So when I did the mocap, I was like, okay, like that's the way he's playing the character. That's the way that like the motion capture needs to be. So putting on the big thing so it emulates the model. And like when I was holding the rifle here, it's just a Nerf gun, but like I'm holding it against that and like really trying to pay attention to like, all right, where's that in relation to my head. And then like it's about performing and not necessarily like like there's all the goofiness here where it's like I'm just dancing at the end and whatever, and that's what like a lot of mocap you see with Rococo tools ends up being. Is just people kind of messing around with that aspect of it. But there's so much nuance that you can capture in one of these suits, that goes a long way into creating something. You can create a 3-hour narrative with tons of characters with just one suit. It's crazy. Do the people on Reddit like it? For the most part, there's a certain degree of like when you're delivering something to an audience, there are going to be people who are just cynical to be cynical, and that's whatever. You just got to ignore those people. We're creating something that hopefully appeals to lots of people, but also just is like, we're doing it for fun. We're doing it for free. So like there are like, some folks who like rail against it for whatever reason, but for the most part, I would say like 99.87% of the time, it's extremely positive feedback. And it's great. So folks from Reddit are usually fantastic. A lot of people that are on YouTube came from that Reddit community. And it's always cool. Like every time I make a post just about like there's somebody who's like, wait, what's New Frontiers? And then like either I get to tell them about it, or like somebody else like jumps in. They're like, oh, it's this fan film, it's so cool. Like I forgot what happened here. Interruption moment. So like right here, I had stepped back and I sat down on my couch and I sat on the Nerf gun that we were using and I broke it. And this was the last mocap recording we did. So this is me running around with the broken Nerf gun. It was funny. Yeah, that's like a good example. Like, look how like clean that mocap data is. Like, I fell onto the couch, and bam, broke it. Broke that Nerf gun. Oh man. All right, let's bake him out and then check out some more comments. Once it releases, people will talk about it. Let's hope so. How long will it be? The entire show right now clocks in right around 3 hours in its entirety. So there will be, like, each episode is about 25 minutes long, with the last one being an hour. And yeah, it's that gives an example of the runtime. So it's not, initially when I wrote it all, when we were writing, I was like, okay, each episode is probably going to be 15 to 20 minutes max. And then the last episode is going to be like 35 to 40 minutes. And then it got into like, recording with the actress and everything. And like they brought their own nuance to the performances. But then in addition to that, like I put together like a timeline that had like the edit of all the actors' parts, but they were all individual scenes. So I never put it back to back. And so I was watching the individual scenes, studying them, getting them prepped for motion capture and whatnot. And we do the motion capture. We go through that whole process. And I was like, okay, cool. And then it goes into animation, and everything's being treated as an individual scene. And there were some parts where I was like, whoa, that scene's like way longer than I wrote it as. But like the actors just did such a good job that like, the scene is paced the right time. So for example, there's a scene I wrote and I was like, in my head, I was like, this is 3.5, 4 minutes long. Cool. When the actors did it, it's like 8 minutes long. And it's like, and it's super solid performances, and it's very engaging and doesn't lose your interest or anything. But like I was like, oh wow, that scene turned out longer than I had anticipated. And then there's stuff like the action scenes on paper. It's just like, it just kind of writes out what happens, and then we like created different cues to do that for motion capture. But again, it's like all very small scale individual scenes. So I was working through the animation. And I was like, what in the world? Like animation seemed to be going at a pretty good pace. I got into a pretty good rhythm. And episodes 1 through 5 felt like they each had like, their own nuanced, like complicated things that I had to work through. But I was like, man, like all those were about the same amount of time. And I know episode 6 was a little bit longer, but I still had no idea how long like most of the episodes were, in all honesty. And then I was working on animating episode 6. I was getting ready to go on a trip, and I wanted to watch what we had so far on a plane so I could start critiquing it. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to finish animating episode 6. I have too many scenes left. And so I started throwing everything on a timeline, and I was like, oh, wait a second. This show is much longer than I had thought. Like, it's not like it doesn't drag or anything, but I was like, this is a long show. And then episode 6, I put what I had done together. I put that on a timeline. And then like just started dragging in like the performances for the mocap just to get a general idea. And that's when I realized, I was like, the last episode is an hour long. Like that was a crazy eye-opening moment at like, what have I created? But yeah, so it is in a format that like is only really accessible as a show, because of its overall length and like the types of scenes it has and all that and the way it plays out. But from I forgot, his model does this and it's so weird. Goodness, draws, your model is jacked up. Or Droz. but yeah, so you know, lots of great stuff, but it just makes it that much more exciting to get it to release day, just because it's like there's so much here for Titanfall fans, and we think it'll be really exciting. Quick thought: since Viper got rich, he could make a Titan fly longer. What about an upgraded Ronin with ions, laser shot? So there was a little bit of that, like how much do we change or affect different things, and what we landed on essentially was, rather than trying to like overcomplicate certain Titans, we would keep them largely to like what they are in the game, but then also have like different loadouts for Titans. So for example, like like one of the main characters, she has a North Star, but it doesn't use the plasma railgun. They use an XO16 chain gun instead, because it matches how she like fights on the battlefield a little bit better. And with that, it was also one of those things where it's like, as we were looking at elements of the story before we like really flushed out the script, it was like, okay, if she has a North Star and it has a giant sniper rifle, then like in this scene, it's a matter of why doesn't she just, shoot from afar? And it's like, we could write it in that direction, but it's also was a question of like, does the plasma railgun really like reflect her character at all? She's not really like a cold and calculated dead shot type of character. And so we switched what the weapon was. And so like, it's paying attention to stuff like that. And we did the same thing with some of the pilots. It's just like, like what kind of modifications would this pilot have? Like what makes sense for the character? And, just working it all out on an individual basis. So there was a lot of thought put into it in that regard. I will say the original model, BT's model entirely. BT's model is the absolute worst. There are some rough to work with models in this, but you could tell that like BT was designed to maximize the use of like the animation systems that they were using and building it out and whatnot. I'm pretty sure they like did a lot of the animation in Maya, but then obviously it like needs to be functional in Source Engine, and like be effective in different like scenarios and being able to swap different things, because like BT like in game is beautifully animated. Like he has incredible animation to him, and I think it's why the Monarch wasn't added until later in the multiplayer, because they had to figure out like how to fix it essentially, because it can't they can't calculate BT animations on every single thing. But that being said, one of the things that we just wrote all over the script and we're like, yeah, like this is what BT does, was having the like his missile pod things on his back, and then turns out the original model doesn't have that, and the version that like comes with him in the model is like only intended to be seen as like what comes up when you're inside of BT, and it's just like a solid object that can like appear, do the animation and go away, and then when you're outside of him I have to imagine that they used um, like a completely separate model that they were able to bring in and attach to him, which I tried to do by essentially like hacking it off of the tone model and applying it to his model after the fact. But it just caused so many problems, and there were like so many issues with how his character worked. It was crazy. Uh, but at the end of the day, he's fully animated in New Frontiers, so it's fine. But man, was it rough? I was very shocked. Um, Incredibly intricate model. They put so much thought into like his design and everything. But man, was that tough to translate into Unreal Engine, and then like animate with it. Thankfully, in this, he's just gonna be like kind of static, so it's not anything super crazy. But it was nuts. Woodwork Ion is specialist built, and the kit draws from their energy pool. That is true. Hey, quick question. What made you decide to use Jack and BT instead of creating original characters? Is this supposed to be lore accurate? Jack and BT are part of the story. They aren't the main characters. The main characters are Gila and Celise, who are a couple of IMC pilots. And that's that's where the main story is. And then Jack gets caught up in that. The reason to use them, because when I uploaded the original concept trailer and it had Jack and BT fist bumping at the end, people went nuts. Like, I think I have more comments about how hyped people were to see Jack and BT fist bump than like anything else. So like, he made it into the final thing. Yeah, it's an interesting character to explore because like, you don't get a lot fleshed out in the Titanfall 2 campaign, but like Jack, Cooper, and BT are obviously like an integral part of like the overarching lore, even like in the stuff that like Respawn was working on in like the Apex Legends single player game. Like, Rampart was going to be putting BT back together, like all that like is like stuff we want to be conscious of like, okay, how did that get to that point, which granted, that information came out like long after we had finished writing and recorded. Not long after, but like, it was a couple months. Which we were like, oh, we weren't expecting that, and like the speculation that like BT's spare parts are in a crate or whatever. There's still a level of which it can work within what we wrote, but like, once again, it's just a process of we're working on with an IP that we're not the creators of over a small period of time for being an animated project, but it is what it is. And like, players love Jack and BT, so like, why not give them another chance to see like what did happen after that post-credit scene in Titanfall 2. So I feel like we integrate them well into the story. The guy who plays Jack Cooper, he's from the Reddit community. His name's Justin Foster, incredible human being. But he loved it. Like, where the story goes, like how like Jack is like used, but like isn't the main character. Like everything about it, he was like super on board with and really liked. So yeah, I mean, hopefully you guys like it too. Stone's boss fight was her Titan upgrade to use phase shift. It's not out of the question. Sloane's. You're right. You're right. Phase shift doesn't require the same energy as Zion. People just talking about that. Yeah, after you post the first episode, expect a video from Mr. Respawn himself to congratulate you. We'll see what happens. If anything, I have a feeling if there's any sort of contact like that, yeah, I would expect it would probably be after our main trailer drops, because like, you know, realistically, like we dropped the teaser trailer, people really enjoyed it, got a decent amount of views, but it's also one of those things where it's not going to do as well because the project was still months from release. So for what it was, did well, but you know, isn't gonna hold hype for an extreme amount of time. But with the next main trailer that we drop, that's gonna be a lot more. It's gonna be close to the release date, which means people will be way more intrigued about clicking on it and talking about it because they're going to watch it and then be like, this comes out in 2 weeks or whatever. And then, you know, because we're releasing on a Monday, we'll probably do another like short trailer that comes out like on that weekend just to capitalize on the weekend crowd and stuff. But, you know, it's bound to get a little bit more attention, even more so than the episodes themselves likely will. So that being said, like I would expect, like if there's anything brought up from either Respawn or EA, it'd be around that point. But then hopefully, you know, we're quick enough to the gun. The stuff is out, and hopefully people love it, including the folks at Respawn and EA if they watch it at all. Just slap another reactor on the Ronin's back. Oh, you guys are still talking about that. Could if you had enough credits. You should get a thing like Rendy Gaming. That would be cool. Like how they have the thing on the main screen on Titanfall 2. That would be pretty cool. I was trying to find for a little bit like a North Star mod to see if like we could work something out. And there's a guy that like I recently like found out about to reach out to. I just haven't had the time. But it would be cool to get like a banner or something out there just to like tell people like, hey, it's out if you wanted to watch it. The janitor at Respawn might be able to help a brother out. Alright. You're almost done, Dross, even your broken fingers. Three hours, gotta grab some popcorn. That's right. Still probably watch it in one sitting. You can if you'd like. That fall down. It's so funny. You know, if you just want to wait till the next weekend to watch the whole thing, I mean, that might be the way to do it. Watch like episodes 1 through 5, and then the episode 6 premiere. Could do that. Keep up the awesome work. Really looking forward to it. Thank you, Wolfpack. I really appreciate that. And it's really great how excited you guys get in the Discord and stuff whenever a new update drops. Certainly encouraging and super dope. Let's see here. Might have been asked already, but is Davis supposed to be using default hollow textures? We could not find Davis's textures. We had a hard time finding Davis's helmet in the game files. It was super duper tricky. And we ultimately just landed on he just uses the default textures. It is what it is. We were already dealing with so many problems. Like his model, for whatever reason, in like 3D, there's this thing called weight painting, and it's essentially you can take your 3D model, assign it to a bone, but then you can tell that bone how much it's influenced by a certain area. And on the male hollow pilot, for whatever reason, it's like super jacked up. No idea why. It's the same thing with like both the male and female pulse blades. The middle finger like gets inverted. It's weird. And I think again, it just a lot of that comes from it being set up for Source Engine and then like trying to translate that into Unreal. Like it just has its own issues. But so with that, like there were so many problems we had to fix with the Hollow Pilot model that like when it came to we couldn't find the textures, we were just like, woof. And they're not 6'4" anymore, according to the Frontier Defense gameplay. So, yeah, that's why he's just default textures. But there's no other like male hollow pilots, so maybe that helps. We're close to done with the animation. I just got to do Davis and then the Titans, which I'm thinking I'll do BT. I just have to do one animation pass of, which will be super easy because then his animation can be applied to the other Vanguard Titans. And then what I think I'm going to do is just animate one of these other Titans and then retarget their animation to the others to make it easier. Hey, could we see some Titan animations? I haven't seen very many from the videos you've posted, and I was wondering what the final look is. Yes, so on this, I mean, like the Titan animations aren't going to be anything super duper special. They all share the same one just because of the constraints we had when we did the mocap session for these animations. But there are like the Titans as a whole, they have some like they look good. I'm trying to think if there's an example I can pull up without any spoilers or anything. But yeah, there was like a whole different methodology in like capturing like the mocap data of a Titan versus like a person. So like, we had to like walk with a different kind of weight. Um, when you did something, like it was a lot more about like, like you essentially have to, when you do stuff um, as a person, just everyday life, you're using all your joints in conjunction to do things. Um, but then like for the Titans, we don't want them like doing the robot. So like there were just things we tried to pay attention to, like, like how would different things rotate and work together. So like if you're grabbing a weapon off your back, like it's more of a, like, rather than being something where like a human might try to do this super complex like bending of their arm, or like, using both arms at the same time, like anything to make that motion easier. It's like, what's the most efficient, least amount of arm movement to get that thing, and then be able to hold it. So that was all stuff that we took into account when recording the mocap. And I'm trying to think if there's anything I can show that's spoiler free. Maybe here, I got something we can pull up. This will be a nice little break. I gotta wait for the drive to boot up to pull it, but I can show this without consequence once the drive decides to turn on. While I wait for that, let's go, my dude. I cannot wait to see the finished project. I hope you can give yourself a long break after doing so. I hope so too. I am going to take a little bit of a hiatus. I'll probably, I've got plans for like content to keep the YouTube channel alive before diving into like, doing more animated content. But I have so many ideas of things that I want to do now that like, I have so many better processes for this. But yeah, it'll be exciting. But here, let me show you. Here, I'm going to hide it from you guys for a second so I can find a good time code that doesn't give anything away.
Innocence.
Come on. All right, I guess that's where we're starting the playhead. But so like this is a good example. You get an idea of like the movement and stuff. Let me turn the volume down so it doesn't destroy you guys.
Frontiers people of this colony. I am Celise Arethusa of the IMC. We come here peacefully and intend no harm. A small portion of the resources of your beautiful planet will be the savior of the core worlds, from which your IMC forefathers ventured from a century ago. My colleague and I would like to enter your walls and meet with your people.
You may enter, but as a sign of good faith, your Titans must remain outside the walls.
So be it.
So that's a good little sneak peek. I'm trying to show stuff that like isn't going to give away anything. Yeah, there you go. A little bit of Titan action. I think people outside of Titanfall from other communities will appreciate the passion for the game. That will be a big factor for views. Or maybe I'm hopeful. I think it definitely will, because there's a ton of people who are like stoked for this just from a technology perspective. and one of the guys was telling me, he's a buddy of mine who's been doing like filming stuff for a long time. Me and him, worked together for a while, and we've gotten to work together again on this project. What in the world was I doing here? I think I was just having a conversation with my wife. Just walking around. But no, so me and him were chatting about it, and he was like, "Yeah, no, dude, like, there are like people who like saw like the test thing that we did, and like they were like, wait, what are you working on?" And like, he told them it was like a Titanfall project and whatever, and like they were just like blown away by the. Nope, I gotta do that from the beginning. They were blown away just by the fact that like what we were doing was possible. So there's going to be like a whole community of people who are super invested on that front for sure. I can get you all the models and assets if you want. I know where to look. I appreciate that, Trinity. Once again, we're near the end. It's and like I mentioned in my Rut-row, that animation doesn't look like it baked. Or maybe I just need to close the sequence. But like I had mentioned before, so when my computer died, I have like everything backed up. There are backups of every animation, the Unreal Engine project, stuff like that. The biggest thing that kind of went down with that ship was either like a lot of cache or like in the Quixel mega scans, there are like all these assets, and I had thousands of these downloaded, and they just got wiped. Which I could go through and download them again, but like it would take forever to re-piece together one set, and so like there's just not really any point in going back in at this point. Like I just kind of consider all the Unreal stuff is gone aside from what we're working on today. Davis and Drops are probably my favorite characters because of Frontier Defense. They are fantastic, and we went the extra special mile. For anybody here, we went the extra special mile to involve them in New Frontiers even more as of 3 weeks ago. So if you're a fan of Davis and Drows, watch the episodes all the way through, and you'll get even more Davis and Drows than what was originally in the script. Put it that way. And the voice actors did a phenomenal job. There are a couple of my buddies who do they're actors, but they do stand-up comedy as well, and like sketch comedy, and they just did a great job with it. Yeah, respawn weight painting kind of sucks. Yeah. I wish the Hacked Inspectors was good in multiplayer. It's... Yeah, so like when the servers were down, I used to do it all the time. Because you would only be in a lobby with like... you could get into a private lobby with 4, 5, maybe 6 other players. So hacking them was a lot easier, and I ran Holopilot a bunch so I could like, watch how the character moved, and while I was animating, like be really in tune with like, how do I make these things work? Like when you're a Holopilot jumping into a North Star, what does that look like? What lines look interesting on that specific pilot in that animation? All sorts of things I was trying to look for, but like all the time I would launch out a decoy, go and hack a group of specters, and like there were games that I won literally just because like in the very end it was like 640 to 638 like type of numbers, and then like my specters would just like wipe out a group of grunts and we'd win. So like it was definitely a ton of fun. It doesn't work as much, but in New Frontiers there is like a nice little reference to that. And like, you know, my brother-in-law who helped do the motion capture, he's also a Titanfall fan. And like when he saw how it was implemented, he was like, that is like, from like a writing perspective, that's such a good idea. Like he was like, it's like a cool way to like feature, like there's a feature in the game that we were able to incorporate into the story and in an organic way, and just overall made the whole thing better. So once again, tons of little things. I'm gonna stick the tip of his finger out a little bit, and we'll call that a good start pose. Wow, this looks really good. Thank you, Rocky. And this is just the, this is we're doing animation for the opening countdown. So starting off in like the, like kind of before each episode, these are kind of the animations that you're going to see, and it'll also feature the fan artwork that people submitted as well. So it'll be a neat little thing. But yeah, this is like, you know, not necessarily anything story related, but you know, kind of this is what I've been up to for the longest time. If anybody was wondering, this is what I've been sitting in this chair doing this pretty nonstop. Really cool. Oh snap, stop teasing us. You got VAs. Yeah. So I try to like reiterate this as much as I possibly can. So like I've been in film, television, commercials, that space for a long time. I've worked with tons of talented people and gotten to do like, you know, some cool stuff with really cool people. So with that, part of this project was everybody was so spread out, because they were just people I've met from all over, and either like I met them in a location and I moved away, or they moved away. You know, like we just like people go their separate ways. That's life. So, like, with this, you know, I know tons of actors and stuff who, like, when I told them about this and what I was trying to do with it, they all got super on board because, you know, for, like, the first time that I'm aware of, like, there isn't a discrepancy amongst actors anymore as far as, like, what they have access to. Because every single person who was a part of this recorded it on their phones. Like I'll even pull up the example of what I showed in that video that I posted. But you know, it didn't matter what they had. People were just able to record, and you know, on the back end, I'm able to make it sound like studio quality. To where it's like, you know, there were voice actors who have studios, and they were even asking, they were like, do you want me to record this with my professional equipment? I was like, nope, like we want to do this with phones specifically for this reason. And you know, they did an awesome job with it. But so like I'll mute this so you don't have to listen to me talk twice. But so this, like right here, and I was talking about this in the thing, this actor, she had a $40 phone from Amazon. That was her cell phone. I was able to send her like an older phone that I just had like in my closet, from a few years before that just wasn't like eligible for an upgrade, so they told me to just keep it. So I ended up sending it to her for the full production. But this right here of her doing the voice and facial performance, like that's her just on a $40 cell phone. And then, you know, we make the voice sound better, and that technology has gotten so much better even since we did this, you know, initial test back then. Yeah, no, it's gone so much further. But yeah, so like all these actors, they're real people. We're not recycling audio from the game. It's, you know, people doing real performances just in front of a phone, and we did it all over a Discord call. Super neat. Let's go, Davis and Droves. Our fun characters, just like their nephew Mirage. Bam, bam, boozle. I was thinking of making a short video all about building your private army of specters and sticking them on a pilot. That's immediately what comes to mind for whatever reason, is like those fight simulators where it's like, you know, can like 10,000 seagulls like beat a single T-Rex or something like that. That's what that makes me think of. Seeing the fan artwork is nice. That's cool. That's cool. Simple $40 phone. Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, just the fact that it's that much more accessible to people is great. And like a lot of people did just use the phones they had. The only reason I sent her something a little bit better than what she had was because she plays a main character. And she was like, I don't think my phone physically like would make it, nor do I think like my phone has the space to do this, but like I really want to. And I was like, no, like you're the right person for the character, we'll find a way. And so that was just sending her that so she could record on it, but it was also like, you know, good on her end because she has so many scenes. You know, she had like a device she could do that all on. I think this is what this animation's supposed to look like. That shoulder looks kind of wonky, so I'm just gonna settle it in a bit more over time. We'll do the same with this one. If you need help getting models, textures, assets, hit me up on Discord. I'd love to help. I'm a modder for Titanfall 2, experience with model swaps. So I'm very familiar with the game files. Trinity, do you work on the North Star client? Boom, boom. Awaiting a response. Because if you do, I don't, but I do make trailers for North Star, and I know the staff. Okay. Well, hey, so interesting proposition. Would there be any interest as we gear up for the release? Would there be any interest in incorporating some stuff from New Frontiers? It wouldn't be a whole lot, but like I could send you like the files. For example, like Gila here, she's a a modded pilot model. I think it's a combination of the face shift and the stem arm. I can't quite remember, but like she has her own textures and stuff. That kind of makes her like, instead of being blue, she's like this dark gray and stuff, and like like her textures have like stuff on it. And then like same thing with like Celie, she's mainly a Titanfall 1 pilot, but like has like the sword and stuff. But if there was any possibility of getting it to where like people playing the game could either like play as those characters, or if it's something as simple as like getting a banner featured, that would be super dope, since there's not much that can be done in the way of like getting models for this project. Certainly in the future I'll hit you up for that, but if there's any interest in the future to get some New Frontiers promotional stuff on North Star, just let me know what you would need and I can certainly get that over to you. And like Gila is like this character, she's built into like she has her own project file and stuff. I can talk to Gecko, the lead dev, but I could swap models onto the multiplayer pilots to be released as a mod in the game. That would be super dope. If that's something that they're interested in, definitely like shoot me a DM. And we can work something out, and I can get you the files that I have on hand. Who knows like how well they'll work back and forth, just because with what I'm working with, I was mostly trying to get stuff as prepped as possible to go into Unreal. So they might not work, but if they do, like, and it's able to save you some time, and if it's something where like we could like add like a special banner that's like the poster or something, that'd be super cool and would definitely mean a lot. If you're looking for a way to help out, that'd be greatly appreciated and super dope. And I think I've talked to Gecko. I think I talked to him when the Reddit blackout happened. Oh, nice. Yeah. Now this hollow pilot is like super broken. Which is not usually too bad, because I can usually like fix it over the duration of a keyframe. Dope. Thank you so much. That'd be super dope if it all works out. So yeah, just shoot me a message on Discord and I will I'll check it out. You might have already. I see I have a ton of Discord notifications that I went into do not disturb mode when I started the stream, which is 4 hours and 20 minutes. For any of you who have been sticking around, you the real ones. All right. We're almost done with the characters. So, I mean, like, this is a pretty good time. How many characters is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 characters in for, we'll say, like 900 frames of animation each. Some of them are a little bit shorter. 900 frames of animation, which is 30 seconds ish each. That would be that's pretty good turnaround time for at least the animation. And if this doesn't give perspective on how long each of these things takes, you know, there's so much that went into every single scene to do it all like this. Obviously, this is like, you know, kind of the most refined version of it because I had to do this so many times for the show. But yeah, you're kind of getting a look at how much went into like every single scene that's in the show, and like that little snippet that you just watched, like it all requires, you know, this same technical level, and then, you know, goes into every single bit that there is. Bro, watching the process for animation is personally fun for me. You deserve some recognition and attention for the work you've done for the project. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. I feel like I must enjoy it to a certain degree because 3 hours of content ain't that short. And like there is like a level of like, even with this, I was like, oh, this ain't that bad. Like I'm doing, you know, these sort of emote animations and whatever. That won't take too long. We'll be good. And then like, you know, here it is like 4 hours later and still working on getting that cleaned up mocap data. Ooh, my neck cracked. I'm going to swap the camera battery again. I should probably turn it off. There we go. New battery. Pop it in. I got to get a better dedicated setup. But I truly hope you just rest after. I hope to. You know, lots of fun life stuff going on at the same time, so hopefully can get it all figured out. If you guys want a little insight to just life and whatever, so like it's been easy to keep track of the animation timeline as far as like how much time I spent on the animation, because I started animation on my paternal leave after my son was born. So, you know, it was a pretty easy, like, when he was born, I had a good idea of like, all right, this is where, like, good set of timeline. But, yeah. Crazy. All right. Got BT in here. Fun fact. Also, I literally just noticed, while playing through the game again, this version of BT he does have the Monarch Hornet as his decal. And I didn't notice that until this last time I was playing through the game. But this is also the only version that is... this is true, Alexis. He is almost a year old now. But this is, like, in this countdown bit is, like, really the only time you see him as this color coat. Otherwise, he's in New Frontiers. He's got new paint. He's got new paint, or it's I kind of teased it in that other video. He's got that little Elspeth. Oh, there's tons of animation on this. Okay, so what I'm actually gonna do, I'll bake BT out. He'll have all the Vanguard Titans will have this animation. And then for the others, the eyes. Oh, OBS disconnected, reconnecting. Reconnection successful. I apologize to anybody who missed out on the stream. OBS disconnected for some reason. But it's back. It's back. We back rocking and rolling. Hey, here's my favorite. The the BT model that I was complaining about earlier. His model was difficult. You can even see where I created controls for the rocket pods when I initially tried to keep it like on his back, like as part of the model, and it just did not work, but it's still part of his rig. And then like you can even see like right here, he's got like this rotator cuff that was like such a pain in the butt only on that side. So like if you look closely, I'm giving away all my secrets, but if you look closely in New Frontiers, you'll notice like this rotator cuff is essentially locked in place. It was such a pain in the butt. Okay, that should straighten his arms out. And those arms are his arms are in like that because for some reason the mocap data, I think from the point where it retargets, because the Titans are in T poses instead of A poses, and when they're like that, it for whatever reason it folds the clavicles 90 degrees in, but the clavicles in the Rokoko Smart Suit for whatever reason just it inherits that in the retarget process for whatever reason. It's probably something on my Unreal IK retargeting rig that was the issue, but I'm also not too worried about it here for this. Oh, and what I'm also gonna do, hips and torso gone. Legs gone. What I may do when we set up the cinematic scene, I'll probably slow this animation down a little bit. Have it play back at like 70 or 80%. I think the hand looks fine. What I really want to focus on with the Vanguard, and we'll do some touch-up animation, but is just adding some of the eye animation, which something that is cool about BT and what we did with him is I don't know what that was. His animation his head is actually connected to the mocap data head. So when I'm in the mocap suit, like, I can be cognizant of where my head is turning and going up and down and all around, and like that's going to translate to his character. And since his eye is so much of his personality, it definitely helped. All right. So what we'll do in here. Let's add some animation to his eye. There are no batteries in BT in this blueprint for some reason, but oh well. BT's a baller. Also, this is like another good example of like kind of what we were dealing with from a animation standpoint and bringing stuff from Unreal, or like from Source to Unreal. Is like we would do something or sorry, my brain is going a little bit off. So these clips, for whatever reason, you can even see them, they're right here. It does like the covers, but the actual clips have issues. Like, see, like I'm pulling what's supposed to be the clip controller, and like it's not moving, but like that is supposed to be attached to these, because when it opens up as the sear kit, like those pop out and do their own animation. And that's just something that it was just broken on the model, and we spent a ton of time trying to find out like how do you address it, and just couldn't. And then like, you know, the anchor points on like these side pieces like are super whack and off, and wouldn't let us rotate like on the center and stuff. All really weird stuff. But all right, so let's then take his eyelids. We'll freeze them. Eyelid. Forward. We'll take left and right. Open them up. And the top. And open it up. Yeah, he was just one of those characters where like, because in the original that we did, I used a different BT model that I found online. That it didn't have all the textures. It just had like, because when you get like textures for a model, I can even just show it real quick. BT, get over here. And he has so many materials. Oh my goodness. But okay, so like, you know, you have these different textures. So like one is the base color, one's the metallic, one's the roughness, the emissive, the normal map, and the ambient occlusion. And like the normal map is like where all the detail is, and then the ambient occlusion is essentially like the distance of the shadows at points where the mesh converges. It's like there's not really an easy way in layman's terms to explain it, but all these determine how this look. So for example, like if I took this specular, which like in Unreal with these textures for whatever reason, again, it's just bringing them over from source, they get whacked. But like if I like tune that up, like you can see like he just got like super glossy, which doesn't look right. Thanks, babe. But we'll keep that as is. But so that's what makes up like everything about him. So the original version that I used for that trailer didn't have most of those textures. It was just, why is all of it moving? Weird. Oh, I know why. Because I had his body selected. But yeah, so in New Frontiers, I got his original model, but like it just posed so many more issues. So, you win some, you lose some. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm gonna make that eye bursting forward. Kind of bring out these wings. Oh, I forgot these rotate on different axes. So this one needs to come this way. Ha ha! Oop, something went wrong. Yeah, doink. I think all that needs to be. Yeah, there we go. That's cleaner. Womp womp. Womp womp indeed. Alright. So we got kind of a thing that like I think it's those. I think it's these that are really thrown for a loop. I didn't really like working with those. Is what it is. And we'll do this. Bring that eyeball out. Or the ring out. Bring this eyeball back. And we'll go forward 2 frames. Bring these down. Or in just a slight bit. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Slam them shut almost. Maybe in those in-betweens. We close these as well. was that at the top? And then 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Da 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 da. 4, 5, 6. All right, and then we're gonna take all of these and copy paste, and then we're gonna take all of those and copy paste. We're gonna take all of those and paste. And paste. That's what I do a lot of times, especially with like those little nuanced animations. I usually put way more time into like characterizing them, and then like, you know, if it's like BT talking, like I do, you know, a little bit more with it. But like for an idle animation, it can just kind of repeat and be fine. And when he turns his head, it's going to make it look different. I don't know what that like little jig is. So let's go. Just into the top half of his body and delete a few keyframes. Let him jig. I have no idea what I was thinking when I did that, but you know what? Oh well. It's fine. We got ourselves a BT. We'll bake out his animation. We'll call this Vanguard. Cleaned. Get jiggy with it. All right. BT's done, which I forgot to hit export. BT's done, which means the other Titans are all that's left. They'll be super easy because they don't have eyes. Move it in. And we can get BT out of the way. And then, you know what I think I'm gonna do? Nah. I'll go with my original plan of animating and moving from that. For all 7 people still watching, any questions y'all got? Now's the time to ask. I feel like I'm getting a little stale. A little bit of a stale Dale. Going once, going twice. I really want to be able to show you guys the cinematic level. And jumping back in, because that's where we were when the stream started, but that was also 5 hours ago. By the 5 hour mark, we'll be jumping back in. Realness time. Do you feel as though you are getting burned out, or is this still fun? Definitely still having fun with it. I think I'm having more fun now that we're close to the end. You know, having like the upcoming release and everything certainly like puts the pressure on. How many days do you have with this? You're asking the wrong question. Actually, I bet you Google could figure that out. How many days ago was September 9th, 2022? It was 517 days ago. So, there you go. And even before that, that's when we uploaded the concept trailer. So working on that before then, that was like way less crunch than this, but fun jazz. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, there's a certain amount of burnout that like you'll experience, but it's also like, yeah, that happens with everything. And like there are little bits where like I'll start to feel like burned out on something, but then like something will get me excited about it again. Like, you know, just seeing, like being able to watch like little bits back, like even, you know, what you guys saw of the, just that quick, you know, little bit of animation. Like for me, seeing stuff like that, like gets me hyped back up, puts fuel back in the tank. And then like obviously when like fans like react and are really enjoying it, like that makes it, you know, it puts a lot back into it. Yesterday's video, just the comments on it were like super encouraging. That was legitimately awesome. I don't know why I read that in, it was a Donald Trump dialect, but it wasn't Donald Trump voice. But yeah, seeing little bits like that, it's like, it works, you know? That's cool. Alright, well, lock that in. What we'll do here, just to add like a little bit of life. Maybe I'll take this back to the beginning. Rotation constraint. I swear this one had a control. But maybe that's one of those things. It either broke, or I think I had to hide it for some reason. Like, take it away. We'll just go with that little one. Go in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Favorite character to animate? And there's a lot of characters that I like animating. Gila's a lot of fun. But just because, like, she has some uniqueness to her character. Tegan is always fun to animate, but, like, the model has so many issues that it can sometimes be a little bit difficult. But honestly, like doing like Edith is actually like a super easy. This Ronin model is actually a super easy model to work with. And it's always fun doing like, you know, these little robot movements and whatnot. And we'll bake out what this additional camera is doing. who do you think has the best character development within New Frontiers? Without spoiling, of course. Guys, my wife is so supportive. I love you, babe. Um, I would say the character that goes through the most development is definitely Gila, just because you also get like some backstory with her. So you get like the main story, which is Gila voiced by K-Boom, and then you get her backstory, which is voiced by Lila Corcolo, or Lila Corcolo. Both did an amazing job with the character. Oh, all that wiggling, I think, is me moving my freaking legs. We'll see how much it affects. Okay, I'm gonna take this. They made a bake button! Yay! I don't know if you guys don't realize how special that is. This used to be something you had to look for. I didn't even know it existed for the longest time. Oh my goodness, this is so much better. This is a newer version of Unreal Engine than what we animated on. That is, oh my goodness, that's incredible. That makes me happy. But yeah, so now this has that animation individually. That's so cool. So cool, so cool. Okay. All right. Edith. Oh, let's pick your animation. Edith. Clean. Anim. The really good thing about doing like this way is like it's certainly like there's a certain level of reward, just like a dopamine hit that comes constantly when you're like working in like your main level and you get to see the characters acting and stuff. There's like this little dopamine hit that you're like, ah, yeah, I'm seeing it. But it leaves so much more room for mistakes. Like there's a mistake that I noticed in one of the animations because at the time in my pipeline I was just animating within, the level. I didn't do like really like a mocap cleaning pass like what I'm doing right here. But okay, Manfield, you get to keep your legs up until whatever that was that I was doing. But keep up the good work. Thank you, Frank. Will do. But yeah, there's such a solid advantage just to being like in a level where you can see everything. Oh no. Oh bother. Manfield, where's your control rig? This is a super easy fix. Just give me a minute. Bop, bop, bop. Wake up, computer. Boom, boom. Episode 5 should have it. I lost My train of thought. Lost my train of thought. Yeah, so this part threw me off a little bit. Let's see here. Content. I'm going into the Unreal Engine folder right now to go fetch. I'm on a fetch quest, guys. Manfield. Manfield model. I need Manfield model control rig. Copy. Go to this Unreal Engine. Content. Characters. Manfield. Manfield model. Paste. Now I can right click. And there it is. Computers are so cool. Alright. We'll do this. And then what do we got? There's the Legion Titan. The Ion. And the Scorch. I wonder if I can bake all those. Or just retarget those. I can show you kind of what that looks like too. Let's see. You also need your arms at 90 degrees. Your arms at 90 degrees. Oh, that area. That's how tired I'm getting. Don't work too hard. Don't forget the rest. Is important. Thanks, babe. My hope is to get this rendering tonight so I can work on some other stuff tomorrow. This is kind of automated at this point. We'll add some bend to the arms so they're not locked back so much. That is like a number one, like cleaning up your mocap animation tip. A lot of the times, like, it's the weight of the arms, I find. Some people just like don't fix that, and it doesn't work all the time. You clip in a little bit, so we can just drag your arm out that way. This arm's clipping a little bit. Oh, CMC's asleep on the couch. The dog. Alright, so we got that. And I'm going to take his eyeball. We're just going to rotate it every once in a while. How long you've been working on this, has it ever translated into your dreams? Like you'll dream about animating? No. Not that I can think of. Which is kind of weird. Fun story time for anybody who's interested in like anything about my life. The other night, I've been watching like that guy on TikTok and Instagram, the Fishing Garrett, and he had he had picked up a bullet ant and was talking about it. And he was like, it bit me and it only hurt for like 15 hours or whatever. Funny comedy, haha. And then, like that night, I had a dream that my brother put a bullet ant on my arm. And I was laying on that arm and I, like in my dream, like I pulled away, and I did in real life too, and I dislocated my shoulder in my sleep. and I was able to get it back into place, but goodness, that was a dream. Old man, I am an old man. All right. Okay, we have that animation. All right, I'm going to try this. See if we can save some time, shall we? Just popping in to say awesome work. Thank you, CaliX man. I appreciate that. Feel free to pop up a chair and stay a while. We're having fun. We're hanging out. We're about to jump into the fun stuff. Getting to see all the animation in action. But first, let's see if this works. Okay, the arms are broken, but we can fix that. I think. This just needs to switch to the clavicles. And we need to add how do I usually do this? Where is the eye? That's the eyelid. Eyelid. Is this the one I'm looking for? I think so. I'm going to call this just head, so it makes sense. And we'll have its do it to spine C. And then for you, let's see if we can't do the same thing. Are you planning on posting this video afterwards so we can rewatch or see anything we missed? Yes. This should go live on the live section of the channel after we don't. But if you're here, you get all the interesting first-hand account. I can't tell where that guy's. I can't tell where my man's head is. But that's okay, because this animation retargets. And at this point, that's all I really care about. I feel like the Patrick meme. Yep. Looks good to me. Animations. Bam. That's one whole Titan we don't need to animate. And then I'll probably do these guys with the other one. Just so their legs don't move. I actually wonder if I could. Well, retarget this way. Yeah, for what we're doing, I'm good with it. Animations export. Ba 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 ba. Warning, warning, warning. YouTube, you need to chill out. Oh, that's right. That one's named Bella. Can't remember why I gave like this Titan that name. I'll do this same BT rig. Maybe not. It severely jacked up his fingers. That was funny. We'll try it this way. Holy moly, what is happening? My man ain't flat-footed. Ah, okay. BB Titan. Baby. He's just a baby. Clav. Clav. What happens if I switch these to the hips? We playing, we having fun, we going crazy. Nothing too exciting, nothing too devastating. I'm good with it. And with that, animation. Oh my goodness. Somebody call an ambulance. We just finished up the animations, which means we can finally make it look good. I'm crazy. For all 6 of you who still care. Let's see. Cinematic intro. Let's jump that into there. Cool. We're back in our level. Hey. Hey. I don't need to go to bed. I need to eat. I had a salad. But that was also 5 hours ago. Alright, we're going to turn off the weather effects. Yeah, my brain is like mega on. I went and got my free drink for human being. I got my free drink, so I just got like the largest thing I could. Boy, that keep me awake. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, let's jump in. Cinematics. We speed creating now. Let's we'll call this level now. Cinematic countdown characters. We'll open that up. We'll save it. I'm gonna go and grab the music. Oh yeah, I have a question. What happened? What do you mean what happened? With Cac Juper? What happened with Cac Juper? So Cac Juper jumped onto one of my posts that like just wasn't getting a lot of interaction on Reddit. He jumped in and was like, "You should put Cac Juper in New Frontiers," and I was like, "Oh haha," and then like a bunch of other users started doing it too. I guess they were all part of the same Discord. It was pretty funny. So then I made the meme where it's like the Henry Cavill and Jason Momoa. It's like Plot Coalition just trying to share an update about New Frontiers, and then Cac Juper. And I said on the post, I said if that post got 1,000 upvotes, I would put Cac Juper in New Frontiers. I'd find a way. And Cac Juper, unfortunately, only made it to like I think like 500 votes or something like that. So didn't quite make the cut. But hey, it was fun. It was funny. It made me laugh. I love like community interactions like that. Super fun. Oh, I know where I put the music. It's under this folder. That's a WAV file. Yep. All right, we're just adding this so I can have a good idea of where everything's at. Once again, I had mentioned it before when we used it, but that was also forever ago. This music was composed by our very own Tom Duffy. He did an excellent job creating it. Sounds super dope. Zoop. All right. That's where we need animation. From top to bottom. I'm going to pop on my speakers for a minute. So, hopefully this isn't too loud on your guys' end. So it'll start out, they'll probably jump scare with those speakers. Yee. So probably be a little bit, I think we can probably start Sarah's animation just right off the bat. Oh, I can jam to that. He did so good. It's a bop. My man cooked. I had my headphones on at full blast. Yeet. All right. So what I'm going to do for now is we'll add the Sarah cleaned animation. This is what I think is going to be best. If I take each character, so start at 1. Actually, I might just make this not even the full thing. I just might make it loopable. I feel like that probably makes the most sense. So let's see here. So start with Sarah. And let's drop our camera in. I doink. All right. That'd be pretty good. Just heavy beats. He's back there. That'd go pretty hard. All right. Let's see here. We'll crop this to 16 by 9. I think we can shoot on a 35. Maybe 28. Oh, dinner time. I'll be back later. Yo, I need it to be my dinner time. We'll catch you. We'll catch you when you come back. So I think what I'll do, this will be like general spacing. So like name, details, fan artwork. I think that'll be the way to go. We're down to 4 viewers. Babe, I just did the mug root beer voice. Root beer. We'll call it there. Okay. No, let's... let's just go for 400. Or we'll go 395. We'll go 390. So from 390, then we'll go to 400 to transition to Agaila. Which she needs some additional animation because she pulls her gun off of her side and puts it back. But that should be pretty simple. Okay, it needs more than that. There we go. That feels pretty good. And then I'll probably smooth that out. Open up the curves. Smart auto. Interesting. Hey KJ, welcome to the party. We're just working our way through the last of this animation. So right now we're dropping in cameras. And filling in our animation. It's a little bit jumpy, so maybe we take that all the way up. It's a little bit slow. 10 maybe. I think that'll work. Alright. Oh, don't want to do that. Not yet. Okay. So now we take Akila. Let's take Akila, drop her in. Grab a model. Ah, shoot, gotta go. KJ came and went too soon, my man. See ya. See ya. Catch you later, KJ. Alright. So this... I'd just say we can start each of these when the camera starts moving. With the camera, let's turn this on. Little hack, transform, bada bang. Bada boom. She's right where she would need to be. His music, I can lower it down. Just so it's not blasting. And maybe with the camera, we just tilt it up a slight bit. Cool thing with this too is I had mentioned beforehand that like I wanted more promo material, but like it's only so much that can be done. But so with this, I can take each of these animations and turn them into promo material, which will be a nice little thing to have in there. Okay, so she starts around 400. That means the camera animation is ending right about here. 780. So I only have to animate her taking the gun off, because she doesn't put it back by the time that happens. Sick. All right, cool. I don't want to make this for the whole thing. I thought it might be worth it, but it really won't be. Beginning. Drag that out towards the end. All right. So I'll do some additive animation. We'll swap this to 24 FPS. And save. And I'm just going to go back to where that animation starts. And we'll pop out of the camera view. Wop, ba, 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 ba. Go to Gila, find her gun. Where is Gila, and where's her gun? Pop it up. Flip it over. And then there were 3. And then there were 3. Which I get it. It's late. For Alberto, it's like morning time. He was on here giving some good advice for people asking about animation. 4 peps now. 4 peps indeed. Three peeps now. 3. It is. All right. We had, quite a good set of viewers. And I mean, this is just an extremely long stream. So I'm not like, no, guys, come back. I'm like, no, it's late. Get out of here. But if you want to stick around, by all means. Cool. We'll add the parent to her leg for this. Then we'll see what the camera angle is at. You're gonna go to the zoo. I get what you mean. I catch your drift. No worries at all. I wasn't expecting this to go this long. That's animation for you. Not gonna lie, the chill vibes are soothing me to sleep. My wife is like, your boring voice is putting me to sleep, dog. Nah, fam, that's cap. I'm gonna cheat this over. Nobody's gonna notice that, I don't think. I never said that. I'm kidding. Oh, people are gonna notice that. We can't be having that. Ain't no way, Jose. That's bad PR. What are we doing? What are we doing? How do we fix this? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. We get a little bit of this. A little bit of that. Oh boy, we get it. We get it, Piper Rider. Hadoink, hadoink. Alright. I'm very close to getting this. Alright. We got that. We'll keyframe it. I'm gonna bake it. Oh, no, not what I meant to do. Command Z. Oh, you must be able to bake all of them now. The only thing that makes sense. Let's go. You guys don't realize how exciting that is. But it is very exciting. So like before, like anytime you like changed what was being held essentially, you had to bake it separately. But now you can just bake it all at the same time. That's marvelous. Marvelous, darling, marvelous. We're just gonna make sure it slides up into her hand a little bit more naturally. You be cooking and baking. All right. Bake, bake, bake. Bro, what in the world are you doing? Who gave you permission to do that? Well, that didn't work. Ugh. Spinny gun. Well, let's see what's spinning. It's going from negative to positive. So let's switch that to 90. Now it's gone. It's gone. Oh my goodness, it's gone. Oi, oi, oi. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this value. We're gonna go to this value. And we're gonna keep it the same for exactly 1 frame. Why are there 2 frames? I want it to literally be 1 frame. Very nice, very nice. And then we're going to take her wrist. And as soon as she makes contact and draws it up, and out, we're just going to make sure that that doesn't clip and it stays flush against her body. And then it gets too close to her face. So we're going to take her elbow. Shoulder. What is with the gun? The gun was acting up. It didn't want to stay in place. But I think we fixed it. There's always like a little bit more cleanup when there's like the prop is actually there. It changes like how it looks when it's being held. Okay. Okay, okay. Let's take the gun, bake everything out. Check that one more time. We'll go into the camera view. That's the main problem with baking. Maybe we won't bake. So like, the problem with baking a lot of the time is that like sometimes it'll just invert a value. And that's always super annoying. But I'm just not going to worry about that right now. Because the main reason you want to bake a lot of the times is if you have lots of stuff going on in your scene, baking it makes it absolute. So it helps. How far is this going? Am I tripping? Chat, am I tripping? What in the world? Who is your favorite character to mocap? The baby. Is that how that was before? Okay, well, here's something I'm gonna do. I think I mocapped the baby. You mocapped the mother. I mocapped the baby. What the heck? Ha ha. What you doing, Cooter? Talk to me, Cooter. What is happening? Why are you doing this? Oh, that's why. The camera did say. I'll be right back. There we go. Why do you want... Why are you running? Okay. So we got... one character. So we'll go to 600. Is the camera going to do the same misbehaving thing here? No, I think that's only when you go backwards. So now, well, reposition the camera again. I think I might just honestly keep that all just as simple as she makes them, you know? I'm not gonna mess with it too much. Because, I want food. What are we at? 3 concurrent viewers? If you're still with us, let us know. Let me know in the chat, because I might cut it off early so I can focus on getting this up. Go eat. I don't want to. I'll only eat if I get chicken and french fries and buttered noodles. But I was mostly seeing if anybody else was here, seeing what was up. If you guys were still, like, enjoying the stream. Because if so, I don't mind going. But, like, if nobody's really watching, I can always just wrap this up and finish this and get it in and out. So we got Maverick, we've got Alexis, and we got Beagle. Holy moly, he's lost his mind. Where's your head? Bro's head became an idle animation. What? What? But yeah, if you guys are still hanging out, I'll try and I'll take care of myself. I ate before the stream a little bit. Oh my goodness. Homeboy's head. Oh, there's some nightmare fuel for you. Hey, look, it's your sleep paralysis demon. If I bake this, will it go back? Create. Let's see. Sam, it's you! Sam Haley, everybody. The world's greatest grunt. He did a lot of great voice work for characters in New Frontiers. Hey, better late than never. This is true. We might be experiencing a crash in Unreal. We have experienced a crash in Unreal. Send and restart. Shouldn't have lost too much. Let us find out. Reset the clock. It's okay. If I had a nickel for every time Unreal crashed during New Frontiers, I'd have a lot of nickels. Let's see here. Content, cinematic intro. Da-dun. Goodness, everybody's ganging up on me to go eat. Oh, bro, what? 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 All right. All right. I think you guys are right. Lost too much progress. So we yeah, I gotta go back in and add some stuff. So I guess I'll take a break from this. Maybe retackle it tomorrow. So I didn't complain that I was hungry. I said I needed to go eat. But for now, I actually will. We lost a little bit of progress. I'm not gonna make you guys sit through that again. I'll wrap this up in the morning. But it's been a fun time. Thank you everybody for being a part of this. You got to see it here live, the last of the animation for New Frontiers. Tons of fun. And thank you for taking the time for being on the stream. For those of you who have been here the whole time, amazing. More people jumped on out of nowhere, which is kind of fun. But we're gonna call it good. We're gonna call it good here. So thank you for being here, being a part of it. I'll add the rest of the animation to these characters get it rendered out, and we'll be good to go. Keep an eye out. I'll probably upload one of these animations as like a YouTube short, and probably also to the main Reddit as just like a fun little animation to show people what we did. But I'll probably post that on the 11th, so it's a month out from release. But thank you all for joining, and we will count you next time.